live. Welcome everyone to the 29th
Hey.
installment of Playtest This, featuring the wonderful
Yeah.
Munro-Chitty. But first, let me introduce our panel, and by me introduce, I mean them introduce. Jack, take it away.
Okay, Wes, introduce yourself.
Nice.
So confused. Wes Woodbury, fundamental games, and just love testing all these cool ideas that come on the show.
And you all should
Nice.
go check out
Cur-
Dungeon Makers, thefundamentalgames.com. Because
You're gonna make me pawn my own game. All right, Dungeon
yeah.
Makers.
Oh, the computer's blurring it out. There you go.
Nice. Oh, there we
Because
go. Yeah,
your
closer to
Kickstarter's
your face.
ending soon, but it's on Kickstarter, and the people who
I'll
want to
try
back,
put it here the whole time. How's that?
people who want to go support
Nice.
indie designers should go support indie designers like
Yes,
the illustrious Wes Woodbury.
Wes Woodbury. Yes, absolutely. And speaking of indie designers, we also have Sasha Jelton. Sasha, would you care to introduce yourself? as
Don't
well?
support Shasha. That's different.
Yeah, there's no
right.
way to.
My name is Sasha Gelton. I'm a game designer who loves teaching game design. That's one of my jobs is teaching game design to middle schoolers. I'm working on several of my own designs. And my main one that I'm working on right now is a game called Dovecot, about pigeons and doves, and it is a lot of fun. But I love coming on the show to sort of analyze and try and help other people make their games better. So that's me.
Yeah.
Right? Jack.
And Sasha does that often.
He
So
does.
thank you for being on all the time with us. My name is Jack Dunbar. I'm a game designer out of Spokane, Washington, New Kingdom Gaming. Current project is New Kingdom Gardeners. You can find me on Facebook or a website, newkingdomgaming.com. Love playtesting, love to meet new designers, love to see what's new and coming out, and help as much as we can with development and feedback. So excited to be here testing your game, Cole. Before we get to Cole, though, we need to hear from our host, Evan.
Oh yeah,
Who are you?
I am a game designer. I've designed one thing that some people have heard of, After the Empire. We're working on. Sasha actually came out and helped playtest it the other day. The expansion for After the Empire. I'm pretty sure Gray Fox is moving forward on that, so I'm excited about that. And working on some other games under contract and some other games that are not under contract that I'm like, come on, let's get these under contract. But that's not happening. Because that's how things are sometimes. Let's see, what else? Ooh, and before we introduce Paul Munro-Chitty, I would like to show you all some of the original art from After the Empire. Their screen.
Ooh.
This one. Can you all see that?
Very nice.
This is what the original art for the cube for the troops was. There was red ones and blue ones, and we were using cubes, and I was like,
your idea to commission this. So
yeah. Yeah, but I had Cole. Basically, Cole did. I think basically the main set of icons for the game.
Yeah.
And then
Nice.
Gray Fox later on kind of made their own, but that was what we started with, and I love that little.
Poorly. No.
I love that little guy, and I thought you did a great job, and I've loved your art
awesome.
ever since. But anyway, welcome, Cole Munro-Chitty. Tell us about yourself.
Yeah, my name's Cole. I'm a game designer.
Artist, game designer.
Artist, graphic designer. I'm a contractor. I work with a lot of client designers to help make their games a reality on Kickstarter, crowdfunding, that kind of stuff. So we've got a couple coming to backers soon. Journey Adventure Quest is one soon. And then we're launching another one next week called Adventures of Dixon, the board game. It's been in years. So the nice thing about working with me is I'll also help playtest your designs and do some development with you too. So I'm really happy to be working in the industry and just trying to get some of my own games off the ground. So this one has been in development for about 2 or 3 years. It's went across numerous publisher desks, and I always get it back. So I just constantly what needs to happen with it.
Yeah. Well, I've seen that story before and experienced it personally. So.
I believe Brandon Sanderson went through like 25 publishers before he finally got his first book published, and then he had the highest Kickstarter ever last year.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Most of the time I'm
Believe in
working,
yourselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
most of the time I'm working on client, but it's nice to be able to work on my own stuff here and there too.
Yeah, totally. Well, nice to have you here, man. It's good to see your face again. Let's teach us Drive Desert Apocalypse.
We did just lose Jack, by the way.
Oh, did we?
So just as a heads
Well,
up.
he'll try to come back in.
Yeah.
Can't keep a good Jack down.
Right? Exactly.
Or N, or yeah.
He's back.
Yeah, here I am. I was just gonna say, Cole, tell us about Drive. Tell us about this game that we're looking at right now.
Good game. So basically it's post-apocalypse wasteland is the theme, and the players are all playing like warring tribes or factions that are trying to rebuild civilization sort of from the ground up. So it is a Euro thematic hybrid, sort of like a dudes on source management type of game. There's victory points, kind of a race to victory points to end the game. And so I'll just go over some of the main components real quick, is how I we can go into things from depth if you guys have any questions.
Sounds good. Let's get into the teach. I'm actually gonna turn off my video to preserve some Wi-Fi, but
yep.
I'll be here. So
so in the center, we have the main play area, the game board. These 5 tiles are variable based on player count. So in a 2-player game, you'd only have 3 tiles. 3-player game, you'd only have 4, and then a 4 or 5-player game, you have the 5 tiles. And they're double-sided, so there's a little variability there from game to game. So when you look at the tiles out here, basically all the hexes are connected, and you have like all the spaces you can move on, of course. But you have spaces where you can move on. You have spaces that you can fight bandits, which are these little spaces. You have spaces that you can build on, which is like in the center of these bigger dark hex flowers. And then you have spaces that you can scavenge from, which is the spots with the gasoline and the water icons.
Yes. Yes.
okay, cool.
4 main actions in the game is like moving, fighting, building, scavenging, right?
Okay.
Yep. So the other things we have are up here, we have the bandits. So these are sort of like the NPCs that you're going to be fighting during the game. And you'll have a couple out to pick from, but whenever you go to one of these skull spots, you can fight one of those guys. And they're just going to give you like victory points and resources if you defeat them. We have the bosses, which are like bigger bandits that you can fight and get more rewards. And then down here, we've got the green track down here is the score track. So like I said, the game is a race to victory points. So once one player gets to 40 victory points, it triggers the end of the game. And then we've got the PvP track. So there is player versus player combat. It's super optional. It just depends on if you want to do it. But we do have mechanics and a track for that down. And then your main player consists of your player board, all your components. You're going to have a deck of 10 starter cards, and then you'll have a deck of 8 upgradable cards. So this game's not a deck builder, it's a deck upgrader. So you'll always only have 10 cards in your deck. If you ever get an upgraded card, you swap it with one of the cards in your deck. So
Okay, interesting. Is there any incentive to PvP? Like, does that have end game implications?
oh yeah, you want there's a little bit of like territory control at the end of the game, so it might be very advantageous for you to take over somebody else's territory and just have access to that.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So when you said super optional, did you mean like we could choose to play with it or not play with it, or it's in the game and it's just optional if you want to fight?
It's optional if you want to. There, yeah.
Okay.
Someone fights you, you're getting fought.
Yeah. So not
Basically-
optional if you get attacked.
I never blow people up. I've never been known to blow people up in games. I don't know.
Got it.
Whatever.
You want
Wes.
to go into an alliance? Yeah, you can leave that front open. It'll be fine. I'll guard it.
Yeah, so combat optional kind of. A lot of the combat's going to have to do with the NPC bandits. So
Are you kind of implying that it's sort of like Scythe, where like combat's not really necessary to
That-
win the game? Okay.
yeah, there's other avenues to win the game.
From
Okay,
Scythe, you have
gotcha.
giant mechs. Why would you not want to fight when you have giant mechs? I don't understand.
Exactly, dude. A soldier on a bear, you have to fight.
Exactly.
Guys, come on. Farming souls. Okay, so yeah, so your player board's going to have a couple other things. It's going to have a resource track at the very top. And so the 4 resources in the game are water, gasoline, bullets, and steel. Okay. And you'll just move up and down the track depending on how you're gaining and spending up there. Your board also
Very
has
cool.
your board also has sort of like a reference guide for what all the resources do. So that first column is what all the resources do for you. Second column is like all your actions that you can do. And then the 4 actions. And then the third column is like the ratio of how to build towns and what you get from the towns that you're building.
Mm. Cool.
The bottom is just a little graphic for end game scoring.
Okay.
A little player reminder stuff. I also recently created a little player reference card next to everybody's board. So it's double-sided. First side's just going to tell you kind of what you can do on your turn. Second side's just going to be VPs that you can score during the game and VPs that you can score.
Okay.
So you can reference that at any time. But now I think I'll go into depth with the cards. So the cards are going to be the way we play the game.
Hmm.
Go ahead and flip these ones over here. If everybody wants
Okay.
to look.
Sure.
So you're going to start. You're always going to have 4 cards in your hand on your turn at the start of your turn. And the anatomy of the card is going to be in the upper left and on the left-hand side. Those are all the action symbols. So we've got move, attack, build, and scavenge. And so the cool thing is you can combine any number of cards with like symbols to get that action at a better power, right? So like I can do a move with a 2 and a 1 to move for 3, right? But I'm basically cards for my turn to do that. Or you could
Okay.
combine 2 combat reticles to get 2 combat dice during combat, something like that. Or you could combine the build symbols to get a better build, or you could combine the scavenge symbols to get a better scavenge. Now the starter cards
Okay.
all
What's the
Yeah.
Sorry, what's the limitation there, like the tension? Are you only have so many cards you can play each turn, or you can only take so many actions, or
no, you play all your cards during your turn. So and you'll only have 4 cards.
So you can perform up to 4 actions.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
you could do less, but more powerful by combining cards. But after you play a card, you don't get to also use it for something else.
No. Not
Got
with
it.
the start.
And as long as we're asking a bunch of
Gotcha.
questions,
okay.
TK wants to know: are the players asymmetrical, or are we all starting with the same deck, and do we all have the same upgrades?
They're currently not, and that is one of my objectives for playtesting.
Cool.
So yeah, we all start with the same starter deck and the same upgrade cards. So
Okay, interesting.
yeah. So, but you're never going to have access to all your upgrade cards in the game. So it's kind of like you determine what upgrade cards are going to go into your deck, and that kind of determines how you're going to play at the game. So from game to game. So the other thing you'll notice on the starter cards is there's text underneath the title down at the bottom. So a starter card can also be used for its text ability instead of its symbol. Okay. So like the laborer right
Cool.
here says, I can perform a build action for 1 less steel. Or like when I perform a build action, I get 1 less steel off the cost to build that town. Right. This one's probably the most straightforward one. After that is the war party, which says play to gain 2 times the resources reward when winning combat. So like instead of spending that card for movement or combat, you can play it after you defeat one of the bandits to get double their reward, the resource reward. And then we've got the ground troops, which can place 2 units on roads adjacent to your towns or your car. So that'll let you put like little troops out onto the board. And then the last one is scavengers. Its text ability is +1 steel for each of your lone units. And you can only play this card 1 per turn, and you can only get 2 steel max from it. So a lone unit would be a guy on a road all by himself, like on a road segment. This is like a segment of road right here.
Can you only move along the roads?
No, you can move through the desert as well.
Okay.
It costs you. And the roads move faster. So like from one white space to like a bandit space, or a bandit space to a bandit space, it only takes 1 movement. So no matter how long the road segment is, traveling in a straight line across that road segment, it only costs.
Okay, and each space in the desert is 1 movement?
1 movement, yeah.
Okay.
And the rule of moving in the desert, so we can start, we can kind of start the nitty gritty. Now that I've explained the cards, let's start the nitty gritty of the actions themselves. So moving 1 point per space, unless you're on the roads, then 1 point for the whole segment. If you move into or through the desert on your turn, you have to spend a gasoline to start. Does that make sense? So if I'm in the desert and I decide to move to another space in the desert, I have to pay a gas if it's my first time moving through the desert that turn. If I'm on a road and I move into the desert, I have to pay a gas. But it's only a one-time cost on your turn to do that.
For a gas, you can move in the desert, or you can use a gas token to re-roll a die. Is that what that text is?
Yeah. So, and they both say one time next to them. So it just says, move in the desert, you have to pay the gas one time. Re-roll a die, you can only do it one time.
Yeah.
So that's how you move. Pretty simple. Let's talk about combat. So if I move onto a bandit space, then I will, this was actually a little fog of war system. So there will actually only be 3 available to look at a time. But as soon as I enter combat with bandits, I'll draw another one and add it to the pool. And then I get to choose which one I want to fight. So when I'm looking at a card, I look at the upper left-hand side of the card, and that's their damage that they need to be defeated. And then their title, and then the resources that they give, and the victory points that they give immediately when you defeat them. And so to fight them, I have to spend combat reticles to roll dice. So each reticle that I spend gives me a die. And so on a little war child here with 6 health, what's the what's the number that I need to get? I need to get a 6 or better. So, odds are going to do it with 2 dice, right? Because 7 is the most likely result on 2 dice. So
you have to meet or exceed, or meeting is failing.
meet or exceed. Yeah.
Meet or exceed.
And they accumulate damage, so you have to just one-shot them.
Okay.
The thing you can do before combat, and it's always before combat, is you can spend any number of bullets to bring their health down. Okay.
Okay.
And all those rules go for bosses as well. So the only difference between bosses and regular guys is their damage is also always going to be a lot higher. They're going to give you more. They also have like a contingency that you need to meet before you can actually fight them. So like a red boss is a bullet boss, and he requires you to own a bullet factory before you can. So, which kind of brings us to building. There's the 4 different types of buildings in the game, and they all correspond to the colors of the bosses and the resources. So the 4 different colors. So the red one's a bullet factory, the blue one's an oasis. Yep, those go on the X flowers like that. They get built right there. The yellow one's a gas town, and the gray one is a steel. So, cool thing about when you build is it turns this whole hex flower into one space. So you basically shrunk the board and made it a lot easier to move around for your club there. Let's go to our player boards so we can see what it takes to build and kind of how the action works. So if you look at the build action on the player board, it says spend any number of cards with the build symbol to build. And so for every build symbol that you spend, you'll place the building with 1 troop equal to the number of build symbols that you spend. So if I combine 3 cards with a total of 4 building symbols, I'll get 4 troops onto that building when I build it. Okay. For my little guys.
And those troops will go on the building. They'll go on that space. Okay.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, and I'll get a little marker out here to show that it's yellow controlled, right? So you can only control 5 towns at a time, which isn't really a problem. You're usually not going to build more than 3. So let's go to the last column. So look at the iconography chart there. So let's start with the Oasis. It costs you 2 steel. You get 2 victory points immediately, and you immediately. Okay.
You immediately what? Sorry, say that one more time.
So if you're looking at the player board, the last column, sort of a little, at the very bottom of that chart is the Oasis, which is the cheapest one to build. So spend 2 steel, get 2 victory points, and immediately get 2 water as well. And so that's the same for all 4 of those. They just get better and better and a little more expensive, right? So you're only allowed to build once on your turn or upgrade once on your turn. So you can build or upgrade, but only once on your turn. And upgrading is basically just taking it from one of the lower value buildings to any one of the higher ones. And you spend the difference in steel, you gain the difference in victory points, and you generate the resources again. Okay. So I've seen strategies where people will just like build an Oasis, upgrade it to a bullet factory, upgrade it to a gas town, upgrade it to a steelworks. And that's kind of like a really cheap way to get upgrade cards into your deck, and to just generate a little bit of victory points and some resources. So,
is that the only way to get upgrade cards into your deck?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Besides defeating a boss, every boss has their own upgrade card associated with them as well.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Fancy.
What were you going to ask, Evan?
When you are upgrading a place, you get the new resource payout or all of the resource payouts below it?
No, the new resource payout. Yeah. So think of it like I'm turning this Oasis into a steel. Because I built the steelworks, it's giving me a steel.
Okay, yeah, you're not getting bullets and gas. And okay, got it.
So at the end of your turn, once you pass, you're going to take your upgrade deck. If you built up or upgraded on your turn, you're going to take the upgrade deck and you're going to search through there. And depending on the color you built, you gain one of these upgrade cards into your deck onto the top of your deck. So there's 2 for red, 2 for blue, 2 for yellow, and 2 for gray. Right? This kind of helps you develop a little bit of a strategy because all these cards do different things. All right. Now the main upgrade cards and starter cards is they're just way more powerful. Like they have like 3s and 4s on the symbols, and then they also usually give you a victory payout for doing something that they want you to be doing, and you get to spend them for the symbol and the text ability.
Oh, okay.
Unlike the starter, use either or. Right. Every time you play an upgrade card, you get a resource of the type that's associated with. So if I spend a red upgrade card on my turn, I get a bullet. And that's marked by the little
Wow,
right before the title.
Yeah, I see that.
that's pretty cool. Those are quite the upgrade.
Yeah.
Feels very rewarding.
And you get upgrades just by building the buildings, right?
Building and upgrading your buildings. Yeah.
Upgrading is the same action.
And basically, it just costs less the amount of steel of what you're upgrading up to. You gain less the amount of victory points. So the difference between the victory.
I can see where to get water and gas. Where do you get steel from?
Right. So you have the card Scavengers in your deck.
Yeah.
So as long as you combo that with ground troops right here. So ground troops puts units out onto roads. And then if you play a Scavengers for its text ability, you can gain 2 steel from having 2 lone units out on roads.
Yeah. All right.
So
So you have to start with an Oasis.
you don't have to start with an Oasis, no. But
Oh.
you could get steel other ways.
You could get steel other ways.
Steel's other ways. And actually, these resource markers are wrong. They should be, you start with 2 steel and you start with 3 of everything else.
Whoa.
Oh, I see.
Rich.
So the best first building you could build is a gas town? Or are there other ways to get steel that would
There are other ways, yeah. But once we get to scavenge, we'll
Okay.
talk about. So if you want, we can go over all these upgrade cards. Otherwise, you guys can kind of just search on your decks.
Yeah, no, we'll figure them out when we upgrade, I think.
One thing you mentioned, Cole, is that the bosses have upgrades associated with them. Are they cards from those 8 or?
Yes. So there's 2 steel bosses, 2 bullet bosses, 2 oasis bosses, 2 gas bosses. So if you beat a gas boss, you get one of the gas upgrade cards right here. Right. And that's like movement, 1 combat, 2 build, 1 scavenge.
Gotcha.
Get a victory point card, right?
Okay, so it's those cards over there on that side. Gotcha.
Ones all right there are the boss.
How do you fight the bosses again? Is it whenever you just
Bandits. You just one of these skull spaces on the board.
any one of them you can fight any of the bosses?
Yeah, the tendency is you just have to own a city that is equal. That's their color. So like to fight a.
Oh, got it. Got it.
Yeah, and so you just declare when you move to that spot that you're going to fight a bandit, that you're going to fight a boss instead of a bandit.
Okay.
The other cool thing is if you don't defeat the boss, he actually drops a token that matches his symbol above his victory point marker. So if you look at the bosses over here, he'll drop a token with a symbol that matches that, and anybody can then come and fight it. So if you start a fight with him and then you lose, he'll be available for anybody to fight, whether or not the city that matches him. So, We didn't talk about what happens when you lose combat. You just choose a resource of your choice and lose it. So that's the only thing that happens. So if you lose a die roll against a bandit or a boss, you just lose a resource.
Is that also true of PvP?
PvP is way different. We'll cover that last.
Okay.
We'll cover PvP last because it's kind of in depth. Way more in depth than the scavenging, which is next. So, any other questions about building?
Not for me.
Okay. The other thing that happens is when you build on a so when you defeat a bandit, you put these like little X spaces out on the thing, so you can't just sit there and farm these spaces.
Oh.
Bandits, right? But if anybody builds in this sector, this giant hex thing, then it clears all the bandit markers off, all the dead bandits.
Mm.
It repopulates all these little tokens that are attached to that sector.
Does that
So,
include upgrading your building? Like,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And what these little tokens are these are little just like rewards that you can get by moving through or landing on those spaces. So you don't have to spend any actions, you just have to move through or land on that space. If it wasn't clear, also like these three white X's that connect two white X's, that's all one space. So for the sake of moving. Okay, so let's talk about scavenge. It's the last action that you can do. So there's two types of scavenging. There's basic scavenging, and then the better scavenging is what if you're depending on what you're looking for. So you can scavenge always on the water or the gasoline spaces on the map. And that's just going to give you a number of water or gasoline equal to the number of scavenge icons that you spend. Okay. Pretty simple. You can also scavenge on the darker hex flower spaces, or if you've built a town in your own town. Okay. So when you scavenge there, spend any number of shovels, and then you draw any number of cards from the scavenge deck, equal the number of scavenge. So, scavenge deck is going to have a couple different things. It's going to have immediate rewards. That's going to have symbols that you can combine with actions later. So let's just look. Like this would be an immediate 2 gas, right? This would be 2 build icons that you could add to a build action later, or initiate a build action. You don't even need a card to use those. So you could just like keep this in your hand, hidden, and then later on this build for 2, and then use all your 4 other cards to do other things, right? Or you could combine it with cards. There's also ones for combat. This is the other one. So this is like gain a private goal card immediately. And those are right here. So we'll start with 2 private goals apiece at the start of the game, but you can get more. They all score 3 victory points each. And their instructions are pretty easy. Like King of the Road here just says move on 3 roads in 1 turn to get 3 victory points, right? Containment says have 2 dead bandits on your current sector, get 3 points, right? 4 of 1 resource type in 1 turn. So fracking, so basically just scavenge go to a gas spot or a water spot and just get 4, and then score that 3 points. And those points are scored immediately. So again, it's a race to victory points. So as you're killing bandits, as you're building, as you're scoring these goals, you're going to be getting points and trying to race to that 40 to end the game.
Cool.
So that's it for all the basic actions. I think we've gone over all the components except for PvP. You ready for that?
Can you explain how to read the end game scoring at the bottom of the player mat?
Yes. So let's talk about it real quick. You can also
got it.
look at the back of your reference card here. So at the end of the game, the first one says, bandit trophies that match towns you own score 2 victory points. Bandit trophies that match towns your opponents own score 1 victory point. So when you beat a bandit or a boss, you actually take their card next to your play area and just keep it as a trophy. And so basically it's a little bit of set collection. Think sort of like getting, this is what I like to compare it to, is like getting stock in factions in like a train game. So the more yellow I get, more points I get at the end of the game for yellow towns that are out on the board, right? So this says for every town that I own, I get 2 victory points for each bandit card that matches that color. For every town my opponent, 1 victory point for every bandit I have that matches that color, right? So if there's a shitload of blue or yellow or whatever, red, you kind of want to go after those bandit colors to get the extra victory points at the end of the game. And they're always going to score 1 more point for the ones that you have, as opposed to the ones your opponents. So. Does that make sense?
How often does the person who triggers the ending end up winning?
That is something I've long been testing. As you can see, it was more often that they ended up losing as everybody else. So I actually gave them a 5 victory point bonus for triggering the end of the game. Yeah. So that's something I need to look at.
And the game triggers when somebody gets to 40 points?
Gets to 40 or surpasses 40. Yeah.
And it takes about, what, an hour and a half for that?
Yeah. It's about 30 minutes per player. Yeah. Okay, so the other thing that you can score during the end of the game is resources that match towns you own score 1 VP each. So if I have any blue cities, every water that I have is going to score 1 victory point.
What if I have 2 blue cities? Do I get?
Doesn't matter for that. The amount of blue cities you have would matter for the amount of blue bandits that you have, but not for resources. Resources only score once if you control a city that matches their color. And you can get up to 20 of any resource. The track only goes to 10, but in my physical prototypes, I have 2 of each resource token for everybody. So you could get up to 20 water, basically. That sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about PvP. So if somebody has a town, let's say Wes owns this little town over here, this bullet factory.
That's West Town right there.
Town over here, west side.
Ooh, I like West Town.
And he's got 2 troops on it. Okay, I roll in there with my car, and I say, "I'm gonna fight you." Let's say, for the sake of experimenting, he also has 1 troop on the road adjacent to it. Okay, so here's our situation. I say, "I'm gonna fight you." I have a bunch of these like scavenge cards in my hand, probably combat ready, and you've seen that I built a bunch of bullet factories, so I have access to like 2 dice attack cards. So what I do as the attacker is I calculate my strength. My car always starts at 3 strength, or is always 3 strength. It can't go up or down. And then he calculates his defense, which is if his car was at a city, it would be 3, or on a road adjacent. But then he also gets 1 point for every troop that's there to the city. Okay, so we're each
Against 3 to start with.
3 to 3. So we go over here to the PvP board, and we go, I'm yellow, I'm the attacker, start at 3. Wes is blue, he's the defender, he starts at 3. Okay. Now I spend all the cards that I want to spend. Let's say I spend 5. Oh, and just like bandit attacks, I can spend bullets beforehand. So let's say I spend 3 bullets beforehand. So I up my attack strength to 6. And then I spend 5 combat reticles because I really want that red city. I've got bandits that I got throughout the game. And I really want that for that. So I roll my 5. Boom, 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 boom. That one kind of sucks, so I'll use the 1 gas that I can use to reroll 1 die on my turn. I got a 3. So I add 10, 15, 16 to my attack. I'm at 22. Okay. Wes goes, whoa, 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 whoa. It's a little rich for my blood.
My town. Let me pull out the big guns.
I really didn't even care about this town. I want the cards that are in my hand because you always draw up at the end of your turn. So if you're attacked, you have to spend cards that you would otherwise be spending going into your next turn, right? So he goes, oh, you know, kind of like the cards in my hand. I had big plans, so I'm just going to let it through, right? So what happens then is we calculate the damage. So for every blood splat that I hit, I get a victory point, and I kill one of Wes's troops.
No, Jimmy, Tommy, and Joey.
So Timmy, Tommy, Joey, they're all dead. I got 4 blood splats though, but only 3 guys to kill. I still get the victory. Doesn't matter. Just like I spent all that resource, so I get something for it. So we just move all the guys off of here. We exchange control markers. So yellow would now control it. Now at this point, if you look back at your player board real quick, water can be used to save troops or to add troops. Okay. So that's the one use water have. If you were like, what does water do? We know what gas does. We know what bullets do. We know what steel does. The water can either save your troops or place troops when you're building or when you're taking over a place. So at this point, when I took it over, I probably want to spend some water to reinforce it. So let's say I spend 2 water and just put 2 guys out there. Wes also doesn't want to lose all his troops, and he doesn't want me to get all those victory points. So he spends 2 water to move them either to adjacent road spaces or base that he controls.
Tommy left Joey in the dirt and ran away.
So, or to any base that he could on the map. Also, those guys were saved, so I don't get the victory for the blood splats that I hit on the track, right? Now, in another scenario, maybe he really did want that, and so he defends balls to the wall, but he gets not quite as good of a roll as me on his dice, and he only gets to 20 to my 22. I'll still take it over, but he'll then get victory points for all the blood splats that he hit on his defense track. Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
And I wouldn't lose my guys. Or would
If
still
I
lose my-
attacker, if I have any troops on roads adjacent to the town that I'm attacking, those guys would die if I don't save them with water. And yeah, my car can never die, but it does have to retreat to an adjacent road space or to any base that I have as the losing defender or as the losing attacker. And then attackers win ties. So if we both got to 20, I would still win as the attacker.
If he does 3 damage, you lose your car.
You can never lose your car. No. My car would just go to adjacent road space to any that I own, any town. So the other thing I found early in testing was once a person defends, they're super vulnerable to like more attacks throughout that round. So if you defend, you get this card, which says retreat. Take this card when you're attacked. You cannot be attacked if this card is in front of you. When you draw a full hand of cards, place the card back. So what it says is you can't be attacked until the start or the end of your complete next turn. So you'll be able to take your next turn free of being attacked. And then when you draw back up at the end of your turn, you'll put this back to the supply. And you could be attacked again. So that's how PvP works. Oh, also, if you take over the town, you gain a resource card at the end of your turn. So just like building or upgrading.
Cool.
Cool. That's pretty much it. That's drive. So
Oh, we should dig into it.
shuffle your decks, draw. Now in reverse turn order, you get to pick one of the outside spaces with a blue token on it, and start there with you get
What is the turn order?
whatever. Oh, the last person to be in the desert. So
Mm. Desert.
last one that went to Eastern Oregon or Joshua Tree or whatever.
Yeah.
West Coast over there. I've got sand in my backyard over here in North Carolina.
Nice.
I was in Arizona at the beginning of the month.
There you
You
go.
win. You're the winner.
That's it.
I
That's
win.
it. That does it.
So in reverse turn, place your cards out. Any space with the
I
The
take
victory
it turns move counter or move clockwise.
turns move clockwise.
are these victory point spots turn order or what?
So first player will get its last player will start with 3.
Right. So then,
Is that me? I start with 3.
well, I think you're second. Going clockwise.
Oh yeah. So I should have 1 victory point.
Red should have 1.
Yeah, and you are the orange color, even though your name is pink.
Oh.
Purple should have none. Right?
Yeah.
Oh. I see.
Okay,
I'm orange.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Look out.
Yeah. All right. So Evan, you're the first one to place your car.
Yeah.
A blue token space, and then flip that token and gain a resource on it.
On a blue token space.
Yep. Your choice of those 5.
And the reds are just like not options.
Those are not options to start. Those are good tokens to move to gain whatever's on them. Though it's usually slash a whole bunch of other resources. That sort of stuff.
Bam.
Grab your token. What'd you get on there?
Huh?
What'd you get on the token? That you
I don't know what
placed
you're
on?
talking about.
Flip it over, dude.
Flip what over? Thing I landed on?
Yeah.
So you get
Shouldn't Wes be going first, or am I?
Oh, sorry, it is Wes. Yeah.
Yeah, Wes. You can take my 2 gas.
I'll go over here. I'll let you have your guess. I'm getting.
Oh, it's what I would have taken.
Oh, son of a gun!
If I had gone first, that's what I would have chosen.
Hey,
So do I
Jack.
take one of these? No, that's a map. I get 3 bullet tokens.
So these are mystery resources.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Same.
Um.
Down thing on the table. So you're like reseeding the board with the as you're building throughout the game.
Cole, TK wants to know if you're going to Tantrum Con.
Where's that one?
Maybe North Carolina?
I'm gonna take this.
Carolina?
Oh, it's steel. Heck yeah, dude.
Did you get a steel?
I did.
A red one.
3 steel.
Yeah,
What's that?
you have to choose the blue ones.
The blue token.
Oh, cheater.
I
Try, buddy.
Understood. Okay, I'll just be close to me.
I'm
Keep your eyes on the cup. Eyes on the cup.
Eyes on the cup. 3 steel, 3 steel, 3 steel. Got it.
2 water.
Okay. Oh, it's my
Watch miss the move.
turn.
Watch the hands. Watch the hands.
I guess I want to start right next to Wes. I feel like
look, Evan has access to all these.
yeah.
Why are you giving people alert to come visit me?
Yeah, we could just leave Evan all by himself.
Exactly. Just let me do my thing.
We just do circles in the desert.
Yep.
I guess I'll take this one.
In Charlotte, Tantrum Con.
Oh, I got a steal.
Just one though.
I know, but it's the most valuable resource.
It is. Maybe. I like bullets.
Mm.
I'm not a fighter. I'm a builder.
These bandits just give you immediate victory points and some resources and access to.
I was wondering when you land on one of these spaces, is one of these revealed immediately and then you decide if you're fighting a boss, or you decide if you're fighting a boss before one of these is revealed?
Or you make the choice, or you have to make the choice before you reveal a new bandit. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we're good.
Now I'm starting my turn and I have to decide, how many actions I want to do and what actions I want to do. Let's see.
Got a bandit right in front of you. You've got a build pretty close, 2 moves away.
Yeah. So for each of your loans.
Steve, take him on.
Okay, I think
War Chief, yeah. He looks like straight out of like an Underworlds movie.
Loan units.
Yes.
Is that just being adjacent to other like of the units, or does your car also count as a?
No.
So if I had like a unit on either side of my car, would those both be loan units?
They would, yeah, as long as they're not on the main road segment. So loan segment, troop on a road segment.
Okay.
Units are by themselves on a road.
Yep.
I think I'll play this to move to. Is that right?
Yep.
So I can go 1 and then 2.
Hitting a bandit space actually ends your movement.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That is good to know. Are these white spaces considered road spaces or no?
Yes.
Okay.
But like once that bandit's defeated, all one road segment.
So when I land on the bandit space, am I fighting right then, or is that a separate action?
Fighting immediately, yeah. As soon as you.
Okay. And trying to remember how that works exactly. So my car has a power of 3.
No. That's only when you're fighting somebody else's town.
Okay.
Otherwise, spending combat radicals on your cards, the second symbol down, to roll a die each against the bandit of your choice.
So by default, I roll 0 dice.
Well, you have 3 other cards in your.
But if I like choose not to fight, because if I only have 1 reticle in my hand, I am not gonna. It's not make sense to fight, right?
You could just run into that and then just lose the fight voluntarily, but you'll lose a resource of your choice. That's the penalty for losing a fight. So
got it. Okay, so
desert, but it's gonna cost you a gas to do it.
Give the bandit the.
So what if I put a troop in a bandit spot? Does that mean anything?
No, you can't do it until it's an actual road space. So right now it's not a road space; it's a bandit space.
Got it.
You're there.
Okay. I guess I will move 1, 2, and then spend a gas to move another space.
You spent a gas just because you moved into the desert.
Oh, wait. So, got it.
Yeah.
So anytime I move into the desert, I have to spend a gas.
or
I-
start your desert adjacent desert space. So yeah, it's moving into or through always just costs you 1 gas on your turn. So
Okay.
If you
Yeah, I can't modify my movement though, or can I?
yeah, you have other move cards in your hand probably. So
Oh, so but it only with cards, not like a resource.
no.
Got it. Okay.
So you probably want to build there or scavenge there, either or.
Yeah.
can you just place troops on the road?
With ground troops, the card ground troops, it has
Oh,
a text.
okay.
I
That's the
think
old-
I think I will now scavenge for 4.
you'll draw 4 of these cards. You
Okay.
just draw them straight to your hand. Anything with a check mark triggers immediately.
Oh, actually, wait. I think it makes more sense for me to scavenge for 2 and then scavenge for 2.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, my bad. We didn't deal out private goals. So
Okay.
everybody grab 2 from the private goals. You can just draw them straight into your hand.
Do we choose one or do we just keep both?
Keep both of them. Yeah.
Got it.
Sorry. That'll give other players a little more direction on their turn, probably.
Okay. Trying to remember what some of these symbols.
You have private goal card in your. Are you blue? No, you're not blue.
Sasha's purple.
Sasha's purple.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That gets a secret goal card.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So I guess there's no reason for me to hold on to that. I just do it right now.
Any scavenge card with a check mark on it, like this one, has to be discarded immediately for its effect.
Got it. Okay. Okay, I guess now I will scavenge again for 2.
Okay. Cards.
Okay. And if I drew a card with a scavenge symbol on it, can I add that right now, or would that need to be another scavenge card?
That would be another scavenge action. Yeah. You can just
Okay.
do it.
But that specifically is why I would absolutely want to play one of these at a time, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you asked
Oh, that
earlier.
goes.
Not necessarily a range of actions of like 1 to 4. It's more like everything you can do on your turn. But you always discard your hand of all your normal cards if you don't use them. You're always going to use all your cards.
Got
And
it.
then cards that you get from the scavenges, those are just extra actions you can take or modifiers to other actions. So
They're modifiers to actions. Like I can't use these cards as actions, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's. Yeah. I guess I will move again to go
There you go. Yep.
here, I guess.
Yep.
So it's 1 there, and I have 1 more movement, so I could like move over to here if I wanted to, but then I'm fighting. And I don't think I want to fight.
All right.
Yeah, I guess that's my turn, right?
Yep. So put all your cards in your discard pile and then draw back up.
Got it.
And then it's Jack's turn. Where's Jack? Did he drop out?
Sweet. Can you
Oh, no, he's
choose?
there.
You guys can't hear me?
No,
We can
you're
hear you.
here.
We can hear you.
Oh, you can. Okay. Just a little delayed, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I choose to modify my rolls with bullets after I see the results?
No, it's always before you roll.
Gotcha. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do then.
It's strike guy to bring his health down a little bit, and then you're rolling towards that number.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it's just lowering the objective.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So it's one gas to move into the desert, but then it doesn't take any more gas to move after that.
Oh, yeah. It's always only once on your turn.
Okay. And a desert space is one move.
Yeah.
Did the
Until
bullet?
Okay, so
Oh,
I'm gonna
sorry.
move.
whole hex flower into one space. So
I was just wondering, I have a card that says move on 3 roads in 1 turn.
Yep.
Are these 2 spots both the same road, or
they are, yeah.
got it?
Yes.
So that wouldn't count towards that 3.
Yeah, roads are bookended by bandit spaces.
Got it.
Okay, so I'm gonna move 2 here. I paid 1 gas to do that. Then I'll scavenge. Hold on. Scavenge. Oh, jeez. Scavenge.
So on the board for bullets, it says modify the die. Is that just an old way of doing it, and now it's pre the die?
Yeah. Well, yes. Yes. It should say modify
Reduce the health.
or reduce health. Yeah.
Okay.
So scavenge 4. I just draw 4 cards off of the scavenge deck.
Yep. And then anything with a check mark is discarded and gained immediately.
Sweet. So 2 gas, 1 steel, 3 bullets.
Nice. Good haul.
Oh.
Yeah, no kidding. That's awesome.
Good.
2 gas,
Yeah.
3 bullets,
We want the game to move.
1 steel.
Be getting stuff.
Oh, whoops. I should have 4 gas, I think. And then 1 steel. Oh, man.
That's yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And then I need to build, so I'm gonna spend this little guy. And he's gonna give me 2 troops when I build. Is that right?
Yep. For the 2 building symbols.
Yeah, when I build an oasis here.
Okay.
Or hold up. No. When I build a bullet thing, I'll build a bullet thing. Yeah, bullet thing. So that guy's gonna give me 2 troops because I paid 2 building symbols, but I also get 2 victory points.
Yeah. Is it 2? 3.
Yeah.
3. I'll be the victory point arbiter, so I'll keep.
Why is it 3 victory points?
You built that bullet factory, right?
Oh, I thought I got a victory point per building icon. Okay. But I'm also going to use this little guy, which is 2 more troops.
Yep.
Or is that 2 less steel?
Yeah.
2 more troops.
More troops. Okay. But for steel, that's going to cost me 3.
Mhm.
And I'll be down to 0 steel.
Yep.
Deal of a deal for the bullet factory.
That's cool, man. I'll take the bullet factory. So then I get 1 bullet, right?
You get actually on the
2 bullets.
2 bullets. Yeah.
2 bullets and 3 victory points.
I gave you the point.
And let's see, what else?
You put one of your markers on there to indicate that it's you,
Okay.
and then put all your troops.
And how many troops did I get? I got 2, 4. So 4 troops. Nice. I'm holding this place down.
Your troops are limited supply, so
Oh,
Welcome
okay.
to Jacksonville.
Yeah, Jacksonville. We're the Jaguars, man.
what do you oh
What's that?
did you get a gold card or
Yes. So I scavenged with 4 this turn.
troubles? Nice.
So I get three victory points for that.
What's that title? Fracking? No.
It's called Comb the Desert. Where should I discard my goals and also the scavenger cards?
We can goals over here, up here, next to the gold pile.
Okay.
There. The discard pile for the
Okay.
scavenger.
Okay, sweet. And then I get to upgrade, right?
You get to upgrade into a red card. So you put the upgraded card on top of your deck, draw into it at the end of your minus 1 card from your discard pile. If your discard pile is empty, then you get to search your deck for a card to discard to get out of the game. So
Okay, so I have to pick one of these 4 cards to get rid of. Correct?
yes, correct.
Okay. How many scavengers are there in the deck?
I think 3. And this is the end of Jack's turn after his turn. So Evan, you can start your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna get. Where do we discard cards that we're getting rid of?
Want to track them? I can just put them in a little bag over here. Otherwise, I'll just delete it off the table.
Okay, go ahead and delete one of those scavengers. And
Gotcha.
yeah.
So I don't think I understood how that building happened
Okay.
and
so
why there's 4 guys standing on it.
So if you look at your player board,
Okay.
it says in the center column, 3 down, it
Uh-huh.
says spend build. So you spend any number of cards with that build symbol,
Uh-huh.
and then you place the building with 1 troop per number of buildings that you spend.
Okay. And so he spent 3 building symbols?
He spent 4 total. So he's got 4 troops on there.
So he should have 5, placed with 1 troop plus the number of building symbols.
Oh, right. Plus 1. Yeah, he
Okay.
should have 5.
Oh, cool. Thanks,
So
Evan.
Jacksonville just got bigger.
Yeah.
Overpopulated.
Okay.
Where is population control?
And then, so what's the water place troops thing all about?
So as you build or upgrade or take over a territory, you can spend any amount of water to place more troops.
So he could have spent more water to place more troops.
Or you could just save his water because you can stop troops from dying during
Right.
a PvP.
But he could have added more if he wanted.
How do troops move?
Troops never move.
Okay.
Troops
So
never-
what's the point of a troop being somewhere that is not near a city?
Yeah, well, what you would do is, so ground troops place a troop next to your car, and adjust to an opponent that you're planning on attacking because it counts towards your attack strength.
Okay.
Sounds
So I can't just like pull up to the side of a road and spend a building symbol to place a troop using a water. Hello?
No, you can't.
Using this thing here. Okay. So it looks like I can use building symbols to.
No, that's just a reminder that you can use it while you're building to place the troops.
While you're doing that action, not when you're.
Right.
Okay. So if I want to move in the desert, I move the number of hexes equal to the number of wheelies that I've got.
Yep.
And I spend 1 gas.
Yeah. Yep.
And then, so let's pretend that I move on to this. What does that water do?
You can scavenge at that place to get as many per scavenge icons that you spend.
Water for each scavenge icon?
Yep.
I see.
So think of it as like a guarantee of what you're getting versus the wild draw from the deck. Like the wild draw from the deck is a lot more stuff, but it's going to
Yeah.
be random.
Huh.
If you want their strategy,
Mhm.
you want gas to move around a lot, those spots are available for you to scavenge.
But these ones seemed a lot better than just getting one thing,
They
right?
are. They are, depending on your strategy. So
Okay.
you're getting a draw from there. It's going to be a lot more stuff, but it's not going to be exactly.
So can I use like a tire symbol and spend a gas and then like stop and scavenge and then keep spending tire symbols to keep going without spending more gas?
Yep.
Okay, you spend one gas for the turn to enter. Okay.
Split your symbol up to one card. So if you spend a card that has 2 move on it and you only move once, and then you spend a card to scavenge, you're not carrying over that extra move. You're losing it as soon as you scavenge. So.
I see, but it's by card. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to move here.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to move to here. Because I can't fight a guy, right? Because he's going to kill me.
Unless you have combat symbols.
I don't have any.
Did you pay a gas for the moving into the desert?
I did.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And then I will scavenge too.
Oh, I stand corrected. There are in your starter deck.
What's that?
Oh, there's only 3. I thought that was 4 scavengers.
Oh, no. I'm going to scavenge these 2 cards here.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the makeup is 3 scavengers, 3 laborers, 2 ground troops, and 2 war party starter cards.
Oh. Got booted.
Yeah,
Oh, we all got booted. Or
Did we?
I got booted.
Asha and
The royal we.
It's the sheer force of my influence in my gas city.
Yeah, I'm
Jackson.
Okay, let's see.
Jacksonville strikes again. The Jaguars were sneaky, man. We're sneaky. We don't look good. Everybody just assumes we're still bad, but we're not. We're getting better.
Yeah, that was a ludicrous display last
night. Yeah. The only law in this town is T-Law.
T-Pain.
Football reference.
The only pain in this town.
Yeah, T-Pain. Well, but T-Pain's from Tallahassee, so totally different city.
Mine was an IT crowd reference.
Oh, nice.
when they're in a room with a bunch of males talking about, what about that ludicrous?
Oh yeah.
There we go. So I got 3 bullets. 2, 3. And I got 2 gas.
Boom.
Boom, boom.
Boom. All right, that's your turn.
Okay.
Wes.
I will spend 1 gas. On
the move.
We're gonna drive this car right into the desert. That's gonna cost me 2 wheels, because if I want to build there, I have to be there.
Yep. You can be anywhere on the actual dark.
Oh, I only have to move 1 wheel.
Spaces.
So I'll use that card to move. And then I can build with 3 dudes. So I get to place 4 troops.
Nice.
What?
And what you gonna build? Oasis, since you only have 2 steel?
It is an oasis. Can we sing that with that bittersweet symphony?
Gonna be. Is that the one? No, that's Third Eye Blind. So,
All right.
Oasis. What did they say?
Oh, Wonderwall.
Oh yeah.
Baby, you're gonna be the one that saves.
Oh yeah.
And then do I get some water? Oh, wait,
Yeah,
first I
It's
gotta-
Water.
you actually get a champagne supernova.
Oh, dang.
So
There we
you know.
go. There we go.
There's no magnet on the 0. It keeps trying to go back to the 1. All right, so I get 1 water or 2?
Gain 2.
2 water, 2 points. You're the arbiter of points, so I'll leave that to you. But I could also spend water to get an extra troop because I had water before I gained water. I'll bring myself to 5 just so Jack isn't the only one with a 5-person count.
Nice.
Ooh, I feel threatened. I'm gonna bring my
Yeah.
bullets over to your water town.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
my people can't move.
Like
so
as a gift?
I guess I'm done my turn.
No.
Not
I mean,
a
I guess.
gift.
I guess you could look at it that way.
So my turn.
You pass, you get access to the blue upgrade card.
Yep, I've got that sitting right here, ready to roll. That goes on top of my deck, and then I draw.
Draw 4, and you choose 1 to get rid of out of your deck from the discard pile.
I see. In the discard pile. So, do I draw this plus 3 more then? The one I just got?
Yeah, the card that you just got.
All right.
I will play this laborers to move here.
Which one do you want to leave?
I'll get rid of one of my scavengers.
Of this pile?
Bye-bye, scavenger. You served your purpose.
Brutal.
So the upgrade cards we can. Oh, I see. Never mind. So starting my turn, I'm playing this to go to this bandit spot. So since I'm fighting a bandit, I flip over a card, right?
Yep.
And I guess I'll be fighting here with. Okay, so I have to play the sort of like one action. I guess. Yeah, I'll just be rolling 1 die, and I'll spend 3 bullets to make it a 3.
Sasha, don't mess up. You're now being watched in the comments by renowned game designer Donnie Coleman of Mission Control Critical Orbit.
Donnie!
This is
Don't mess up. Don't look like an idiot.
So I can do this. I can play this
Don't roll a 2.
because I landed on here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got it.
Fighting the level 6, which is now a level 3.
Yeah.
With some bullets. So you just have to roll a 3 or better. You got
He
it.
He did chime in the chat and he said, "I said maybe."
Yeah. Thanks, Donnie.
So I get 2 point. I guess I hold on to this. I get 2 points. I
Okay.
get a steal, and I'll choose to take a bullet.
Perfect.
And then I will place 2 units adjacent to me.
Okay.
Go here and here.
Okay.
And then I'll get 2 steel.
Nice. Well, actually, you only get 1 steal.
Why is that?
So it's for each of your lone units. Those guys are both on the same road section.
Oh, so if I fought here, it would have been fine?
Yes. But you wouldn't have been able. You wouldn't have been able to
I would have been able to what?
move through all those guys. So,
Move through what, guys?
well, you spent all your cards, right? Except for one.
I was on the road. The one movement could have brought me here or here. Right?
No, wait. No, because wait, didn't you move from there to there?
No, I spent my whole last turn going around this, and
Yeah.
I ended my turn right there.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and so then I can do this and get my 2.
Boom, boom. Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
got it. Yeah, for some reason I thought the fact that this is straight makes it a connected thing.
Yep.
Okay.
So, road segments are always bookended by bandits, and as soon as you, in that other hypothetical, as soon as you just bandit space, it turned this all into one road segment.
Okay. Got it. So, but this is like a fork. So the book ended like these 3 roads are not all one road, or are they?
I guess they are. Yeah.
Okay. So I would only get 1 steal no matter where I did it.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going back over here then. Yeah, sure. So I just get 1 steal. Okay. And now my final action. I guess I will. So I can only build if I'm in the space. So I think my only real option is moving. So I will move to this space and I have to pay fuel.
All right. And it's Jack.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move out of the town onto the road, correct? And then
Yep.
that cost me 1 gas.
Nope, because you didn't move through or into the desert. You moved
Oh,
on
I'm
to
moving out of the desert onto the road. Okay. Sweet. So I'll do that. Then I'll move to this bandit space, right? That takes another move.
and then
And then
fight a
I
boss
want to
or
so I
regular.
want okay, I want to fight a oh, you know what?
Do you have enough? Oh, you have a lot of bullets. You could bring him down.
I do have a lot of bullets, but I think I want to fight a regular guy.
Okay. So then flip another.
Oh, okay. And oh, interesting. Well,
Bullet time, baby.
Yeah.
I want to fight. Man, I kind of want to fight that warship because it's worth more victory points.
Right.
Yeah, well, why not? I'll fight the warship. I'll use this card though, which is play to gain 2 times resources when winning combat. Only if I win. I don't need to play. Yeah, I don't need to play it right now. Right?
Right. Correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this for my combat dice. So I'll get 2 dice,
Whoa.
and I'll get an extra victory point for a bandit killed when using this card.
Oh.
You
So
also bullet when you play it. 'cause it's
I
a
also
red.
what?
Gain a bullet when you play it.
Heck yeah, dude. Well, I've got so many bullets. These bullets are burning a hole in my.
They're about to
pockets.
burn a hole in something else.
They're gonna burn a hole in something, that's for sure. So I'm gonna so I get to roll 2 dice. I'm gonna spend 5 bullets. I'm just gonna drop me to 4. To drop this difficulty to 5, and I'll roll 2 dice.
Okay.
Is that right?
Taking out the warship.
Okay. Let's hope for a pretty normal outcome. Okay, 7. Nice. So I get it.
You get. So that's 3
Sweet.
points. 4 points because of your red wood.
Yes. So 4 points.
Yep.
Excellent. And then I also am going to double my rewards on that combat. So I'll get 4 steel and 2 bullets.
Beautiful.
Question: could I split the gas and the bullets and get 1
Yeah.
gas, 1 bullet?
Basically doubling that resource line, so you get to choose twice.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm still gonna just take it as 2 bullets because I like bullets.
Jeez.
But I get 4 steel? Dang. Come on, that's awesome. All right. I'm done.
Okay.
Card as a trophy.
Cool. Nice. That's my turn.
So
Do I put an X on this bandit here?
Yeah, that can't sit there and farm it.
Okay. Oh, got that. That makes sense. Okay.
I'm going to place 2 units on roads adjacent to your town's war car.
Beautiful.
Actually, I'll just make a town first.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Pop out a
So like this. Like this.
I'm gonna call this
So I can-
Albercan.
I can build up to a 6. Well, but I only have 4. I only have 2 steel. So I could
Yeah.
build up to a 4. So I could build a gas town.
but you do need, Evan, careful. Remember, is for their symbol or their text on the starter card. So you do need to
I could build a
symbol to
3.
initiate the action.
I could build a 3.
Okay.
So I see. So I will build a 3, which will be
Bullets.
Bullet Town.
Okay, so that's 3 points for Evan.
Christmas Town. So I get 2 bullets. Where the heck are my bullets? You under there? Are you under there? Yes. Boop. Okay, yes. And you moved up my VPs.
Did the VP
Lovely.
control
and
marker?
then I'm going to place 2 units and 2 units. Because I don't know, it seems. Does having them adjacent to these guys help
No.
with anything?
Nope. Only if somebody's attacking your town.
All right, well, don't attack my town.
That's a pretty buff place there. You gotta go 7.
Don't attack my town. So I get 4. I get 4 Marines in the middle.
Oh, how'd you get 4?
Because it says
1 for build symbols. So that'd be
1 plus the number of build symbols. Yeah. I mean, I
Okay,
actually had 4 build symbols.
No, but you used one of the cards to build for 1 less steel.
Oh, so I had 2 build symbols, so I actually only get 3 guys. Right. Right? That makes sense.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I did.
Okay. So
Oh, and
discard
now I get to pick a fancy
yeah.
and ditch one of the old ones
Anything in your
in my discard.
anything in your created card. Okay. Here. Then it's weapons.
Alrighty, those bandits, why are they all so tough? This isn't good. 10s and 12s, I can't beat that crap up.
There's some fog of war, so you could.
There could be a 6 as the next car, but who knows?
Push your luck, Wes. Do it.
For sure, look, for sure, no.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, dismemberment. I don't know. I can scavenge adjacent to where I am. Is that correct? Right.
No,
I
You have to be-
drive there.
but your town is like a dark hex flower still, so you could just
Oh.
scavenge it.
So I can scavenge right here. Alrighty, so let's do that. Let's use this card to scavenge 1 card, so I take one of these. Alrighty. Myself a bullet. It's probably supposed to be secret, but that's okay. Now I can scavenge again.
You could just press the if you want to draw and it'll pull it to your hand, Wes.
Yeah. Yeah. What do we got there? Okay. I've scavenged twice, and I still have 2 cards left. And I can just keep on scavenging if I want.
If you want, yeah.
Oh
You're free.
boy. Let's
Yeah.
do a 3 scavenge. So this one I get to draw 3 cards and pick one.
Nice.
Is that how that works?
That's what it says. No. So while you're using this, you get scavenges, and you can scavenge from up to 2 spaces away from this card. So if you were like or on a road space or something, you could scavenge up to 2 spaces away from you, as long as you were scavenging with this card.
But I can scavenge here too, right?
Yep.
And I get a water when I play that.
And you get a water when you play it. Yeah.
I get a water, and then because the scavenge value is 3 and I'm on a dark hex, do I draw 3 cards and pick one?
You draw 3 cards and keep all of them.
Oh, okay.
Wait, did somebody just give me a water?
No,
Oh, that's active.
unless
Okay.
you did. Of the water.
Oh,
Played that. I played that. I played that. Now I've got a bunch of cards in my hand.
Anything with a
Oops.
check.
If it's a check mark, I just get a victory point right away. Victory point right away.
No victory
Mm.
points.
3 bullets right away. 1, 2, 3. All right, now I have a single card left.
Less. You gain these, not victory points. These gold
Okay.
cards.
Oh, I get more stuff that I could earn points for.
Yep.
I see. Not free points. I gotta earn it. Boo. Okay. What am I gonna do with this last card? I can't fight anything right now, can I? Because I'm not adjacent to it. I'm not on a bandit. I'd have to move. So I will just place 2 units on spaces next to my car, so I can put 2 units anywhere around here.
They can only go on roads.
Oh, only on roads. Okay, so this guy's gonna go here, and this guy's gonna go here. Okay. I think my little town moved back down. Okay, I think that's my turn.
So I think now is kind of a good time to also mention that if you look on your player board on the first column, on the bullets resource, it says you can gain a victory if you're driving through an occupied road and you spend a bullet to take out an opponent's troop.
Drive by.
Interesting. Okay.
So it can be a little bit risky to just throw troops out there willy-nilly, but because they can keep generating you steel with scavengers, if they're lone, your opponents have the option to just drive through them and kill them by spending bullets.
Okay.
Wait, what can your guys on the roads do?
So Sasha did it. I think a couple people have done it where they put troops out onto roads and then they played the card scavengers for its text ability. Which gives,
I see.
yeah, so those
Yeah.
guys are generating resources. So
Yeah.
as an opponent, you can drive through their guys and spend bullets to kill them and gain points.
I see.
So how do I do this? If
King of the road, move on 3 roads.
if I make like if this is one road, and if I did this would all be one road. How do I move on 3 roads in one turn?
Right. So you would need a good amount of move to actually do it. So you would need to build a gas town to get a gas upgrade card, like nitrous, or actually probably fuel truck would be better. So it gives 3 movement and don't pay fuel while moving with this card, right?
So you'll have to like move into desert each time, going around bandits each time.
Yeah.
Okay. To be able to
Since I
go on
got
3.
this card last turn, do I get these points? Because I scavenged with 4 shovels that turn.
Yep. Yeah, you choose when to spend, so
I will redeem that.
Do
Yeah.
it.
Okay, I think
Oh, y'all redeem.
I will start by start by building for 2.
Mhm.
And I'll build a bullet factory, which will cost 3 steel.
Yep.
Right here. And that's a build power of 2, so I get 3 troops.
Yep.
I guess I'm putting them in here because I can't get any separate dudes. And that was my first build action. I also get 2 bullets, 3 points, and I upgrade a card. Is that right?
Upgrade at the end of your turn.
Okay.
Probably. Just 'cause it's vision, so it
Got
just
it. Okay, and now I'll move 2 and go 1, 2, and then I will build again.
You can only build once on your turn.
Oh, okay.
Also, when you built, it repopulated the sector that you're in, so that thing goes away.
Oh, so these are separate now.
Yep.
Okay, so I guess I'll get to steel then now from this.
Okay.
Oh, there's another blue tile here?
Yep, it repopulates the tiles and it takes the dead
Okay.
bandit.
I think I would have built the gas knowing that I couldn't build twice. Is it okay if I spend one more to?
Yep, I'll give you the extra victory point. Just take your bullets away and gain the gas.
And actually, I lied again. I was at 5, so I could play this, or I guess play this to have 1 less, and so then I have enough for doing steel. Sorry, the fact that I couldn't build 2 buildings definitely messed up.
Okay.
What I was planning. So just backtracking to the beginning of my turn, and I'll just play it out. So I'm playing this card for a build action and using this for cost 1 less steel to build a steel thing, because it costs 6 steel, right? I have 5 currently. Okay. So build a steel spot. And that's a build power of 1, so I get 2 troops.
Yep.
And then
your points, and then just lose the 2 bullets that you gained before.
Oh yeah, and gain 1 steel.
And gain 1 steel.
Yeah. Okay, and my upgrade card will be at end of turn. Build the first city and sector. Is that what I just did? Okay. And then I will play a card to move 2, and I'll go 1, 2 to get this tile. I have to pay a gas because I'm in the desert.
Yep.
This tile says 3 steel.
Boom.
Okay. Oops. Come on. 1, 2, 3.
Wow.
And then my final card, I will move 2 and go. So am I on all these spaces, or if I wanted to move to a different part of the road, that would be one move, and then
Correct.
moving into the desert off of that would be another move? Okay.
Correct.
In that case, I guess I will go 1, 2, and so I moved into the desert again on a separate move. Does that I have to?
No, only once per turn.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay. So I think those were the cards that I played for the turn. All right, where's my fourth card? Is it stacked up? Wait, where did I put my other move card? Oh no, it was stacked up. Sorry. Okay, that was my turn. So now I'm going to do my upgrade, and that's into my turn, right?
Yeah, so you get one of your gray cards.
Yeah. Oh, what happened to my upgrade file?
Sweet.
I moved it when I was trying to find the.
Got it. Shouldn't there be 8 cards? Oh, 3 of them are stacked here. Got it.
I think the steel ones are on the bottom.
Got it. Okay.
Should I get started while
Yeah.
Sasha's...
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna
Great.
sorry, go ahead, Cole.
I was gonna say you always just get your upgrade like after you pass. So yeah. So he's just upgrading and it's your turn.
Okay, cool. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play these guys, ground troops, to place 2 soldiers. Can I place one here and here? I don't obstruct myself, do I?
No, you do not.
Okay. It's like I can move through my own troops.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna do that. Place those guys. Then I'm gonna moving into the desert here will cost me a gas, right, Cole?
Yes. Where are you trying to move? Oh, right there. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna move 1 space into the desert. Then I'm going to build, and I'm gonna use this guy for 2 building. I'm gonna use this guy to make building cost 1 less steel for me. So I'll build with 2, and I'll build 1 less steel. And I'm gonna build another bullet factory here. Yeah, double down on the bullets.
Wow.
So I'm gonna have this guy here. I'll have 2 troops in there, right?
2 + 1.
2, 3 troops in there, right? Then it's gonna cost me 1 less steel, so that's gonna be 3 steel minus 1, so just 2 steel to build. I'll get 3 victory points and 2 bullets. Then I'm going to use this guy to move back out just onto the road right here. This guy's still dead, right? What happened to his little X?
When you build in a sector, it kind of resets everything.
Oh.
Takes the dead markers away, and it also repopulates any of the wild tokens.
Oh. Hey, that's cool. Okay, I'm just gonna move back out onto the road and go pick up this resource here with 2 movement. I can do that, right? Because that guy's worth 2. So I can like move back onto the road, come down here, get this resource.
Correct.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do that. And that's gonna be steel.
Woo.
So I'll add 1 steel. And when I'm building, I can use water to add troops, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to use a cup of water. I'm gonna use 2 water to put 5 troops here. So
Mm,
you know, now Tallahassee has 5 guys too. There we go. All right, I'm good. My Floridian bullet base is ready to go.
Don't go to the bullet towns.
I just realized I got 4 steel on my turn.
Yep.
Is that okay? Is
Yep.
that 3 steel card plus the 1 steel for
Like
my steel factory?
Oh, and I get, here's another thing cool. I forgot about this actually. I built 2 cities, so I get 3 victory points for my other card.
Yeah, just having
Sweet. Now I'm going to discard a ground troop to take the other bullet. Do you want, you're collecting those in a bag, right?
I've been deleted from the game.
Okay. I just tossed it over there on the side for you, so
On the ground.
yeah, I threw it on the ground.
That's looking pretty good, Wes.
Look up Wez, W-E-Z. Look it up.
I like it.
What is
Lord
Lord? What is Lord?
Humongous.
Mad Max. He's from Mad Max.
Like it.
Yeah.
What is that? He's got like a saying that he keeps repeating in that scene.
I don't remember. Jack, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Great. Okay. So if I want to fight a guy, can I leave this complex anywhere? Like go fight this guy?
Yep.
I have to spend 1 move to here.
Yep. You're gonna fight a regular.
Oh, I pull 1 out, right?
Only after you decide. Yeah.
After I decide what?
If you're fighting a boss or not.
Oh, a boss. We're all 16.
Well, I think you could only fight the bullet boss.
Or you can fight the bullet boss. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You can only
Foot
fight a boss for
16. I
boss
would
has to
need
match the town you're
I would
in, or-
need 8.
They have a like a prerequisite printed on them that says you have to
Okay, yeah.
equal.
Oh, and what would I get? I would get a fancy card, huh? Is a fancy. And
Nice.
beating bosses is worth more than not beating. But I need the reason from. I'm gonna do these. But I'll fight a chief. And obviously I'm gonna pump him full of what I got.
How
That's-
many? Did you...
That's 8.
Oh,
And I'm gonna
2 dice.
shoot him for 2 dice.
Yeah, possibly lose.
I
Well, you
mean,
could.
I could. Wow. All right.
That's pretty good.
And
Too bad
then
too bad you can't use your bullets after, hey?
I will get.
So you get a bullet from this, right? I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now, are these multipliers or is it just +1 time?
No, it doesn't say that you can that you'll. It doesn't have a max on there, so you can spend as many as you want. Yeah.
Okay, so I will gain 4 times the number of resources.
Yep.
All right.
Yowza.
So he's going to give me 8 steel.
That's
Well,
awesome.
If I knew that's how that worked, I would have picked this guy.
Wait. No. He'll
What?
only give you.
Was that?
He'll only give you 6, right? Oh no, he'll give you 8.
Yeah.
You're right. And 5 victory points, right?
8. Yes, 5 victory points. And I'm gonna take 4 bullets.
Boom, boom, boom.
All right,
All right.
done.
Lord
Oh
Jamoga.
wait, did I have another card in my hand? The third, fourth. Oh, I moved one. That's
Gotcha.
cool.
Alrighty.
This guy's your trophy, Evan.
Oh, he's my trophy. Sweet.
All right. I am also going to be marauding in the desert, slaying some people. So I got to start by rolling out, and it cost me 1 movement to go to either one of these bandits. So I have to pay a movement to go there, right?
I think 1 movement to go onto the road and then 1 movement to go to the bandit.
No, because it doesn't count as leaving a desert because it's a town.
So town is like counting as being in the road?
Yep.
Oh.
1 movement gets me there. Now I got to choose what to fight, right?
I think it was right, actually. It would cost you movement.
Pardon?
Because this bandit space is not adjacent to your town, you'd have to move onto the road, then to the bandit space.
So 2 movement?
The bonus is you get this tile though.
What tile? Oh,
This
all right. So I spend 2 movement. I get 2 gas. I don't know where the token goes. What card am I going to spend for movement? I guess this one instead. Now I must choose what to fight. I'm going to beat up an Oasis boss.
Oasis boss.
In order to defeat an Oasis boss, I must get 16. I can use these 2. So that's
How's
2 dice. 2 dice, 3.5. So that's 7. I'm halfway there if I can roll decent. So that'll be 3 dice. That'll bring me up 10. Ooh, that's pushing it. I can use plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna plus 6. So 3 dice plus 6. Is that gonna be enough to roll a 16? Or do I want to play 1 more card?
I think
3
3
dice.
dice plus 6 sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know. If
But
we're
what
gonna
happens
do-
if you fail? Waste all of it
Lose a resource.
plus all
Lose
the bullets, right?
Plus everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the 2
Um,
cards that you spent. I would throw another one down.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
do.
Cole, quick question. What happens if you play War Party to double the resources on a boss battle?
There's no resources printed on the boss, so
Yeah,
Okay,
so
okay.
I'm just gonna. I'll just play.
I would-
I'm probably
yeah.
way overspending.
victory
4
point.
dice. I'm gonna do 4 dice plus 4. Roll. 4, 8,
Go.
9, 10, 13. We did it. We've slain the Oasis boss.
Barely, nice work.
Points.
Nice.
6 points. I'll get this boss trophy card on my deck, and then I have to trash one of my cards at the end of the turn. That'll go there, that'll go there, this will go here, this will go here, and then I still have 1 more card.
Fancy.
What am I going to do with that last card? I can scavenge. Can I scavenge here?
Where are you?
Right here.
No.
No scavenging here.
Only on
Boo.
the gasoline.
Boo. I can't build, so I guess all I can do is move with this card. I'll move out of here, and I can move 1 space. So
Yep.
Go to that place, and that'll be the end of my turn, and then I must get rid of a card to gain this card. Alrighty, and it can be any card in my discard pile, or does it have to be a card I use this turn?
Any card in your discard. Yeah.
Alrighty.
So cars running into cars doesn't do anything. It's only if a car goes into a city.
Yeah, no PvP with just cards.
Got it.
All right.
Right?
I guess I will start by collecting 2 steel. And then I will.
Quick question. Do you have to be on a space to upgrade that city? Like, do you have
No.
to be in the city to upgrade it?
No. Yeah. You can upgrade from anywhere on the board.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
But you
okay.
have to spend a build card to do it. Okay.
Remember, you can only build or upgrade once per turn. So
Okay. Yeah. So build or upgrade. Okay. Got it.
Think I will move to here. And then I will scavenge. And I'm going to use my scavenge card here to scavenge 3. Okay. I just drew 6 water. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
You found the oasis.
And then my final action will be a build action. And I'll build more steel.
Nice.
So
Dana Steele is play that card.
I get okay. So I went up to 7, I pay 6, I am gonna get
Jack, it's not gonna work.
I'm gonna get 3 steel because this multiplies it by 3, right?
Okay.
Times 3 in this card.
So I'm back up to 4 steel.
Yep.
And the build action is a power of 2.
You get 3 guys.
Yeah.
Great call, Wes.
Do that for
I know it was
Good move.
Your OCD
It was. I was like, this problem must have a solution.
Oh, yeah, sorry. And I just realized I haven't been putting my claim tokens on my.
You can't claim it. You forgot. Sorry.
Yeah. It's
Big
abandoned.
honor, man.
Okay. I think that's my. Wait, let me just look at. Yeah, that's not happening. So I think that's my turn. So I'm gonna get my upgrade card now.
Just
my only option.
Just silently added my own claim token.
Goes to your deck.
This goes on top, and then remove a card.
Sorry, what'd you say, Cole?
I was talking to Sasha. Sorry.
Okay.
It is your turn though, Jack.
My turn. Okay, great. I'm going to.
So I just realized I didn't get rid of a card last time, but that same discard pile was still there. So I'm getting rid of 1 from my discard pile before I just discard these cards, and now I'm getting rid of 1 for this card.
Gotcha.
Sweet.
Favor, and then what else? I think I like the war parties. So I guess I'm getting rid of a scavenger.
Okay. I'm gonna upgrade. It's my turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna upgrade one of my bullet towns to a steel town.
Nice.
So does that build of 2 mean I add 2 additional guys?
Yes, 3 additional guys actually.
Oh wow, okay. Well,
Don't
Bullet
have them.
Town.
what's that?
Bullet Town.
Bullet Town is now Steel Town.
Steel Town.
Steel
You
Town.
don't have to build Jack, but you could also, when you build later or upgrade later, you can move guys around. So
Oh, you can. You can move. Where can I move them to?
yeah, as long as you don't have anything in your supply, you can take troops from other locations.
Oh. Oh, I see.
So you
That's
kind of have
okay.
to spot up or not.
Oh, okay. So I'll just leave that there, I think. So I
Right.
get to
Did you
sorry,
pay the
Sasha. What?
I'm just saying that I got a ton of water. I would have just spent a couple of water to get a couple of extra troops here. I'm just doing that now. Right.
Oh, okay. So I gain a steel for doing that, but it's gonna cost me 3 steel, so I'm at 1 steel. Yeah, 1 steel. Okay, and then I get what do I get? 4 victory points for that. Right,
Yep.
Cole? Okay.
Yep.
All right, so that's my first thing. My second thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play War Party to move. Now, when I play a move 2, I can just move 1, right?
You just can't bank that movement into it like
Okay.
through.
Sweet. So I'm gonna go here to this bandit space to fight a bullet boss.
Bullet Boss.
And I'm gonna fight the bullet boss using both of my bullet upgrades, which is gonna give me 3 dice. He's gonna be 1 more victory point if I beat him. I get 2 bullets right away. And he's -3 because of scouting, right?
Right.
Okay, so he's at 13. I'm rolling 3 dice. I can spend.
Also, look at that art on scouting. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
So my favorite art that I did for the game. So
Oh yeah. Yeah, scouting is cool. All of the art is cool, Cole. I like your art.
Yeah.
I think you've done a great job with it. The style is super consistent with theme. It's very neat. I like the art a lot. Let's see. So Bullet Boss, he's at 13. I'm gonna spend 6 bullets, which is gonna take me down to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 bullets. So 6 plus 3, 9. See, 8. Is that right?
You spent
7.
6.
So
Yeah, you need a hit of 7.
7 on 3 dice.
Yeah.
Should be possible, but we'll see.
Here's our first whiff.
Anything can happen.
oh,
Oh man.
here's in the and 1 gas to reroll 1 and only 1 time on your turn. So
Oh, dude.
Yep.
Yes.
That's-
that must happen. So I'll spend a gas. Reroll this 1.
Got
Oh,
it.
you
Nailed
Are
it.
you kidding?
Oh,
Wow.
No one said that was gonna happen, but I didn't want to like be blamed
Okay.
for when it did.
So the bullet boss is in Bullet Town.
Yep. He's chilling.
Um,
I think I have their tokens around here somewhere.
cool.
Yeah.
That sucks. And I lose a resource. So I'm gonna lose 1 water. And it's Evan's turn. Yeah.
Kill the boss in Bullet Town.
was I
So
supposed to get this resource when I went here?
What's that?
Am I supposed to get this resource when I landed here?
No. When you built or when Sasha built, it repopulated that location
Okay.
When
Yeah.
I
to gain that. So.
when I move to, can I move to any space on this road?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to move along this road. Obviously, I'm going to take a pot shot
Ooh.
and kill this guy.
So
Okay.
Evan gets
Obviously. And of course, I traveled through this, so I will get one of everything.
one of each.
Looks like.
A good one.
Here you go. And then my second move will go to here. And I have to spend the gas to move into the desert. And then I will gain 2 steel. Because obvious. Oh, well, maybe I'll build first and then gain. I will build. Hold on. Wrong card. I'll build. Spend my 6 steel going down to. I'm obviously building Steel Town. Getting 7 victory points for that. And putting 5 guys out.
Sweet. Oh.
And putting another 3 dudes out. Just why not? And then, do I put them on the road too?
No.
That's
what
and
I
then
want. I think Sasha placed him on the road. When
Oh wait,
Yeah.
how did these get on the road then?
I used the guy that does that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that was a special ability. So you would have been able to pot shot me.
Oh, right.
All right. I get a bullet and I lose a victory point. But then I gain 2 steel. That's the max card, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, and then I'm gonna update. But Wes, go ahead.
All right. Lord Humongous's Marauder is on the road again.
On the road again.
The road again. Where are we gonna take this car on the road again? So to drive through this white spot doesn't cost me a movement?
Well, you have to start moving. You're blue, right?
I
So
am
you
blue.
have to start moving to actually drive through it.
So this would take me 1.
Mhm.
That would take me 2. So I need 2 movement. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. So let's say I want to use this for 2 movement. And we're gonna drive to Sasha's poorly occupied steel facility. So 1, 2. And we're gonna do the first player versus player combat to make sure we experience the full game.
Ooh.
So right now I have 3 dice,
Yep.
and then I can add more. Would I have to announce it, or do I put my cards upside down?
So first calculate attack and defense strength that currently exists. So you're at 3. Doc also at 3.
Sasha's defense. I'm blue at 3. Okay, yeah.
Yep. Now you can spend any number of bullets before you're similar to attack or a boss.
Alrighty. I will spend 1, 2, 3 bullets.
Yeah, so that brings your attack up 3 more. Yep.
Yep.
And oh, sorry, you are blue.
I mean,
You're blue
oh yeah,
player.
I'm the blue.
Yeah.
And then
My units.
now, as the attacker, you get to spend any number of combat reticles to roll dice.
Alrighty. So if I want, I can spend this card, and I don't get the water for it, right?
You do get the water just for playing the card. Yes.
All right, so I'll take that water. Now, do I want to play another one? I guess so. I don't know what I'm doing. I'll take another free water. So I'm rolling 2 dice.
Dice.
Now, before I roll these, does Sasha get to do anything? Or does Sasha get to add dice?
Nope. He just responds to everything that you do.
Like, is there any actions he can take that will let him add dice?
After
You roll.
yeah, after
Okay. All right. Away we go then.
oh,
11. Whoa. So 5, 10, 11.
nice. All right, Sasha. Do you think you can meet or beat 17? Do you even want to try?
I do not think I can meet or beat that. So I guess I'm not going to try.
Okay. Yeah. If you did try, you would lose any cards that you spend going into your next turn. So.
Yeah. And I would need an impossible amount. Oh, yeah. I only have 2 possible reticles, so yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, and you
can't mess with Wiz.
Wes. All right, so now we calculate the kills.
4 blood spots.
Yep.
4. So Sasha can spend any number of water to save his troops and stop you from getting victory points.
2 water per troop, right?
1 per troop.
Or 1 per troop.
And how many points does he gain per? Is it just 1?
He gains 1 point per blood splat, unless you stop him. So.
Yeah, I'll stop him.
You can stop 3 troops.
2, 3.
He only has 2 troops there. Oh, adjacent. Okay. Yeah.
So you'll get 1 point. And then Sasha, your guys can retreat either to adjacent roads or to any one of your other towns.
Okay. I guess I'll put 1 here. I guess I'll put, just 2 over here.
Okay. Yeah, and that's sort of like if you wanted to retreat to the adjacent roads, then you could try to attack him back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else before I continue?
Wes, you can spend water to put troops on there if you want.
Oh yeah, I will be spending.
Oh yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4 troops. Get this place defended.
Yeah, so you can fortify it after you take it over.
All right.
All right. And then at the end of your turn, Wes, you will get a steel upgrade card.
Oh.
Fantastical. But I can still do my last card if I have anything up. So I can scavenge here. I'm going to play this to scavenge for 1. I'll just draw the top card.
Yep.
All right. And then that's an immediate gas card. So we'll up that gas up. 1, 2. And then I get the steel upgrade and pass the turn.
3.
Sorry, Sasha.
It's all right.
It was easy picking.
Yeah, there's only 2 troops there. I couldn't say no.
So I think I'm moving to here, and then I can just move all the way over to here. Right? This is all one connected road.
Yep.
Okay, and so then I'll go here, and I get this as well.
Yep.
Okay, I'll get a steel. And so as far as what's the order for doing all this? When do I play my reticles?
For what? Attacking a bandit?
No,
You will spend bullets or calculate your attack strength, spend bullets, then spend dice cards.
So this converts all the road things to my guys.
Nice.
Um,
Sasha upgraded into influence. At a town you are attacking, convert all units on roads to your units.
so
Yeah, I
just
I saw that card existed after I put all my guys out. I
Ah,
future plays of this game I would basically just never do,
yeah.
but it's fine.
but your guys deal with scavenger.
But you only get 2 max, so like yeah, you wouldn't putting out 4
Yeah,
is yeah.
All right,
I concede.
so Sasha starts with 7. He can still do as much damage as possible to gain victory points.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll 2 dice, I guess.
1, 2. Yep.
So 9 more.
You're at 16. That's 4 blood splats.
16. Yep. Oh wait. Oh, I see. 16.
Yep.
You're
Yeah.
on the 4th blood splat, which means
So
it is 4 blood splats.
It is 4, yeah.
Okay.
So it's meat or past. And I have 2 water, so I can save 2 guys. And so they will
2 points.
head on over to the last bastion over here.
Retreat.
And I will spend 3 water to add tutors.
Nice.
And then I think that's my turn. So now I upgrade.
Yep. Standard.
Okay.
A red card.
Yeah.
So do these 2 troops count as 2 lone troops or just 1 lone troop? I don't know if this is 1 road or not.
That's 1 road segment. They don't count as lone units.
Boo.
Yep.
This one, and then what am I
Is
getting
it
rid of?
is it my turn?
Yeah.
It is Jack. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to. So Cole, what are the areas I can scavenge on?
You can scavenge either on the desert spaces that have the gas water printed on them. You can scavenge on any dark hex flower space or your towns to get the scavenge cards.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna get rid of a laborer.
He's gone.
Laborers are unwanted.
Okay, I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna move. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna. Well, do I want to do that? Or could I? Hold on. I think. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's not the worst.
Does
It's not.
rating doesn't reset these, or does it?
It does not, no.
Okay.
Only
Building or upgrade?
basically it's thematically it's like there's prosperous activity in the area, so the bandits all start respawning and the resource caravans kind of come back around, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna upgrade my town over here to a gas town. That's going to cost me just 1 steel, right?
Yep, and you'll gain 2 points.
Okay. And 2 gas, yeah.
Yep.
And I get 2 troops?
What card did you use? That one? Scavenger?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That skilled labor card can be used to make steel.
Where's
Like-
where?
This card.
Yeah. You'll
Okay.
gain a steel when you play it, and as long as you use it to build, you get 3 times the normal resources that you would get for building that type of town.
Oh, that I would get. Okay, so I can use it as resource.
Yeah, so if you build, you would get 6 gas.
So I'm going to do that. I'm going to spend 1 more here to move back over here. I don't have to fight the bullet boss in this space, do I?
So you can fight a regular bandit.
Okay,
Fight
I'm
the
going to.
boss! Fight the boss!
No, I can't. I stand no chance. I'm going to fight the gas guy, the war troop.
Okay.
He's going to be 8. I'm going to fight him with precision. So that's going to be +1. I get a bullet. So let's see. He's 8. I'm attacking with 2 dice. I want to modify that to I'm going to use 4, 2. Well, actually, no. I'm just going to use 2 bullets. So that'll reduce him to a 6. I'm attacking with 2 dice. Give myself a 50-50 chance.
Yeah.
Is that enough? Nah. I'm just going to use 2 more bullets. Drop him to a 4. Make it easier. Okay. Nice. Whew. Glad that worked. Okay, so I'm gonna keep this guy. He's gonna be worth 4 victory points.
Yep.
And
Resources.
where's my other card? Oh, it's here. I'm gonna play this to double the resources.
Sweet.
So I'm gonna get 2 steel and 2 bullets. Two bullets, 2 steel, and then upgrade it to the gas town. So I get to add a gas upgrade.
Yep.
And that's my turn.
Sweet.
Oh, I have to. Hmm. So, one
Cole, you can delete this card over here.
bullet, victory point. And then I can't keep going on that road because the computer in my way. He's different card too.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Somebody wants to do the victory points stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm fighting gonna fight. Dude,
Did you flip a fresh one,
let's see how
or are
many
you
bullets do I
fighting a
have?
boss?
5. Nah, I'm not gonna. Right. Maybe -3 dice. Um. Um. Well,
I think on my last, when I attacked that bandit, I forgot to reveal one.
Oh, a fresh.
I added one to the stack after.
5.
Oh, you did? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's always supposed to be 3 in between
I'm just
turns.
gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for this. Why not?
Okay, so this one was not revealed then.
No, yeah, sir. There's -5, -8, so I need 8. And I've got 2 dice to get 8.
Oof.
Yep.
Odds are not in your favor.
Nope.
Oh.
All right. I'll spend my gas for my reroll.
On the edge near the floor.
Yep. Nope.
Rigged.
All right. So
The
do
same
I,
thing happened to me.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a
yeah.
broken.
conspiracy.
Reroll's broken.
do I just put him back?
Cole, did you use weighted dice in the TTS?
You also have to lose a resource, I think.
I coded
I'll lose the
Cody.
gas. And who's listening? Who's listening to us with the volume on?
That might be me. I think I logged in. Let me fix that. There.
But then I also think that the boss is like available for us to fight, even if we don't. I mean,
I don't
have
know.
a steal.
Could be.
Yeah. I had the tokens that match, but they're not here anymore. So I must accidentally do them.
Okay. So
That was it.
it's not relevant for me because I have steel, and Wes also has steel. I guess we all have steel, so it doesn't matter.
I stole my steel.
Yeah.
Alrighty, what are we gonna do now, folks? So it's my turn.
Yep.
Times 3 resources. 1, 2, 3.
Rough, man.
All right. And you can't use gas to boost your move. You can only move by your number of wheels, right?
Yes. That would be interesting, though. I kind of like that idea.
Desert reroll a die. 2 dice. Oh, but we have 10s and 12s out there. That's too much fight power. I don't like it. I do not like it.
I like it.
Fog of War.
To get to this spot to build would cost me 1, 2, 3 movement.
Yep.
Ugh. Can't afford that either. All right, I guess it's going to be a scavenging round here, maybe.
It'd be your whole turn if you wanted to do it. Huh?
Yeah, it's not worth it. Now I could upgrade from anywhere, right? So if I wanted to upgrade that to gas or steel.
Yeah, you can.
So can I get a little clarification? Since this spot, these hexes are sort of shared by both cities, could West not go 1, 2, and then be here?
2. Oh, because the road is all one space. Yeah. Yeah. So Wes, because all these roads are all one road segment,
Yeah.
you could actually move 1 all the way over to here to to get to there. Yeah.
And then build adjacent.
Yeah. So it costs you
Cost me 2 movement, and then I would need to build. Okay, but if I upgrade water to bullets, that only cost me 1 steel.
Yeah, and you can do it from anywhere. You don't have to move over there.
I can play this, get a steel, use that steel, turn this into bullets, and get ×3 of the resources.
Yep.
Let's make a bullet machine then.
Boom.
All right. I don't know how to replace that without messing up the TTS.
I'll do it for you.
All right, so I play that. Normally I would get 2 bullets, so instead I get 6 bullets.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't mind getting some extra bullets. That's a good deal. And because I upgraded, am I allowed to place troops?
Yep.
If I spent water, but I don't have water. Oh, but I did spend 2, so I get to place 2 troops no matter what. Gotta keep Jack away. I know how much he likes bullets.
Right.
Get 1 point, which is the difference between the 2 cities. Right.
I'm getting more and more interested by the second, Wes.
Uh-oh. All right. So that was my first action. I still have 3 cards. Now that I have... Oh, I don't have anything. Okay. You can only upgrade once a turn. I can scavenge where I am. So let's say I am going to scavenge with this. So I just get the top card. And that is a, okay, that's that. So it's not a check card. And then I can play this card for just 1 steel because I have 1 lonely soldier. And I will use this to scavenge, so I'll get 2 cards. And my 2 cards are giving me 1 steel and 1 more of those gray cards.
Yeah.
And that's my turn, but I get to upgrade to a bullet card.
Yep.
Okay. I will search out and find one of those.
So when we're upgrading a town or city, we're saying upgrade, does that mean that we can only go up on this, or can a steel turn into anything?
And downgrade, yeah. You won't get the victory points, but you will gain the resources and the card.
Got it. So you get the points if you are going up, or do you not get the points if you're going up?
You only get the points if you're going up. Yeah.
Interesting. And then the steel that you pay is the difference. So like when you're going down, obviously you don't pay anything.
You won't. Yeah. You pay no steel. To downgrade, you pay no steel. You gain no points. But you do generate the resources and you get the upgraded card.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. And that is actually new after like the last 2 playtests. So it's not in the rule book,
Okay.
the current rule book.
But just to confirm, like when you are going up, you pay the difference between the steel cost of what you're upgrading to and what you have, or do you not pay steel?
Yeah, you pay the difference steel if you're upgrading, and
Got
you
it.
gain.
Okay.
Find that upgrading and downgrading kind of like it really only helps you to gain more cards, more upgrade cards, and kind of like sort of like shift your point alliances for the end game, depending on what boss trophies you have or bandit trophies.
Yeah, it also helps you target different bosses, right? So if I wanted to fight the bullet boss, I needed to get that bullet base
Right. Right.
And the scouting, when it says -3 for bandits, does that include bosses or no?
Yes. Yeah. Bosses are bandits. They're just a different class of bandit.
Got it. Okay. Let's go. I think I'm just gonna try building, and I'm gonna change this into a bullet place. So I guess, yeah, sort of. I'll move this over here. Or yeah, I got it. And then put them back. Sweet. And then I also get to place 2 more guys there.
Wow.
And I get 2 bullets. And I think I will move to here to fight a bandit. I think, yeah, if you want to flip that.
Red.
I will fight that war troop, I think. Oh wait, let me think about my numbers really quick. 8. Okay, I guess I'm going to use this as my. I am going to fight the 8. I'm going to use this as my reticle thing. So I gain a bullet when I play it. I'm gonna. So that reduces it to 5 as well, and then I'm going to reduce it by another 1, 2.
Yeah.
So down to 3. I guess I'll reduce it by 3 more. So it's at 2. So I'm gonna roll a die. I rolled a 6, so and then I guess I'll play yeah, so I'll get the 1 metal, I'll get the 1 bullet, and then you got me the 3 points over there?
I did.
Excellent. My last action, I will move, and I'll go through here to here.
Nice.
So I get this thing, get 2 metal.
Spend a gas for going in the desert.
Okay, spend a gas. And now I'm upgrading a card, a red card. Okay.
Dexter.
Sweet. Let's see. I'm gonna
We'll get rid of this.
think what I want to do. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna move using War Party to here. I'm gonna what's it called? Scavenge
That costs like gas, right?
Where was it?
into a town from the road.
Not into a town. A town's not a desert anymore. Yeah. You're fine.
Yeah, so that'll be 4 scavenge.
Ooh.
So I'll draw 4. I get a steal, a hidden card.
Okay.
So 2 steal, a hidden card. Let's see what the hidden card is. Draw one of those. So when I killed that bandit here, did that cover back up?
Yeah, but when you just upgraded and it repopulated the tile.
Oh, it did.
That happen
like
when you
when
when you downgrade. That also happens.
Can I use my 1 movement to move back onto the road?
Yep.
I'll just save it for next turn because I can't do anything this turn anyway. So I'll just hold on to it. And yeah, that's my turn.
Sweet.
So, um, so the I mean, I know Sasha just drew a 2 reticle, but you know, let's make you. So I'll move into the town
Oof.
and attack.
It's worse.
And
Starting attack strength is 3.
actually, I'll use 2 moves. And then, can I play the precision before I actually start fighting him?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll take out this.
Oh, did you move through it?
Well, that's why he used like 2 moves. He moved 1
Yeah.
there to hit it, and then
1, 2.
and
Drives, shoots somebody down on his way into town, crashes
Yeah.
through the fence, bring that stuff
Exactly.
down.
It's very cinematic. Look out, people.
Yeah.
So it's 3 attack to 5 defense to start, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then,
And your attack dice? You're rolling 3 attack dice?
yeah, 3 dice.
Nice.
And I just roll those now, right?
Yep. Big money.
Not so much.
Spend a gas to reroll that too.
Yep. Not so much.
rigged.
Yeah.
I thought you drag, select, highlight the dice, and then press R a bunch. It actually like rolls them. Otherwise, it kind of just.
Yeah, that's what I do. I press R like 10
Oh, is that why all of my rerolls have ended in the same number?
Try to reroll it again.
Fine.
I would drag, select it, and then mash R like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
At least 5 times.
and hold your tongue sideways.
Seven.
Oh, I didn't keep going. It's 3 more, right?
All right, so
Alright.
now it's Sasha to defend if he wants to.
So what are you at?
It's not that hard. Yeah, 12.
Spend bullets and any number of combat reticles.
Let's go. I guess I'll do the 2 reticles, which it also gives me a bullet.
Yeah.
So I have to spin the bullets before I roll the dice, I assume. So what am I at? 5, 6, 7. I guess I'll spend 2 bullets.
And that just moves you up by 2,
I think so.
or moves me
Yep.
down by 2.
Up to. Yeah.
And then I'll roll 2 dice. Take these ones. So 5 more would do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tie? It was tie attacker or defender? I think.
Hacker is what he said. If my
Yeah, I guess I'm
memory
spending my
is correct.
gas.
To reroll a 1.
I mean, I probably shouldn't because it's just going to be a 1 again.
That's only if you have my kind of luck.
Okay, got there. Go up to 17.
Yep.
Or not 17, 14.
We calculate damage. So Evan, I think you got blood spots.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't spend water, which he can't,
Yeah.
he'll lose his choice where they come from. So it could come from the roads.
I'll take them from the roads.
He'll gain 3 points. I'll give that to you. And then Sasha, you got 2 blood splats. So he doesn't lose anything, but he could still spend water to stop you from gaining those. He has no water, so you'll gain 2.
Okay.
For a successful defense.
Nice.
So his car is still hanging out here.
Look out.
It's just
It has to retreat to an adjacent road segment or to a town that he owns.
got it.
Gonna go, Evan.
Yeah.
So you sort of get a free movement. You can move past a bunch of bandits if you want to.
Right?
Yeah. Go all the way over to his too. Or hang out and try to do it again.
It's 11:17, which means it's 12:17. I don't know if
I'm gonna try to hang in for a bit longer. I'm
Okay.
good.
Okay.
Who needs sleep before working? Come on.
right? Lame. Not me.
Is it my turn?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're gonna start with the Lord Humongous's Marauder is going to get on his wheels. So there's 1 movement. Drive this car out of town, hit this bandit.
Nice.
And now that I have a beautiful bullet factory, we're going to try to take down the bullet boss that Jack just couldn't manage to defeat.
Heck yeah. Get him.
So we're going to pull this bullet boss out. I need 16. We're going to take out a precision, get myself a free bullet out of that deal. That's going to be 2 dice. 2 dice isn't going to be enough. So this will be 3 dice. 3 dice. Say I can get 9 out of 3 dice, which means I need to get at least 7 more. So we're going to be spending some bullets. We'll spend, we'll go all the way down to 2. So I'm spending 7 bullets plus 3 dice.
All right. So he's a 9.
9 or better.
He's a 9, and I can use a gas to reroll once, right?
Reroll 1 die once. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Roll.
Oh, you got
You
it.
got it.
Smoke the bullet boss. All right, we'll take that guy out.
7 points because you use precision.
Yeah.
And you get an upgrade external. Just put that there for you.
Fantastic. So these will go in my discard. They're used up. I get to trash a card if I wish. And now I have 1 card left. Where am I? I killed the bandit dude there. So I could go for a little drive over here for a free resource.
Nice. Yep.
And what do we have here? A steal. I'll take a free steal. That'll be my turn.
Sweet.
And then I'll upgrade. steel go? Oh, it's there.
Okay, so my turn. 3 cards. Let's go. Let's build. I think I will start with a build.
Oh, can I play this cool? Superiority.
Yep. 6 units at or adjacent to one of your cities.
So I'm spending, when I play this card, I get a steel, and then I spend 6 to build a steelworks place. And I get 3 times the resource, so I get 3 steel, 2, 3.
6 points.
I guess I'm not getting an upgrade card if I build a steel, but I think the points are worth it.
Probably.
And
Plus, the more you
yeah.
max out your resource track, the more points you're going to have at the end of it. So.
What was the thing about the resource track?
Yeah, so at the end of the game, you're going to gain points equal to the resources you have as long as you own 1 city of the color.
Got it. Okay. So, and then this was, I get to place 3 troops.
Yeah.
3. I guess, yeah. Now, I think this one was red. Is it blue now, or is it random?
It should be red, sorry.
Okay, got it. Now I will I guess I don't have another thing to do with this turn, so this will just be added to my build. So I'll just put 2 more guys here.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. Everyone's been attacked.
And so you said when there's like I normally get to place 3, but I don't have 3 more dudes, so I can rearrange some dudes.
Move them from somewhere else.
But just to the new place that I built, or could I move 1 to?
Yeah, just to the place that you're building or upgrading.
Got it. Okay. And now I will move 1, and I will pick up this. So 1 of each.
Nice.
Okay. I think that's my turn, and normally I would upgrade, but I don't have any more of those cards to get, so.
Perfect. And then
That goes away now. Okay.
no longer retreated.
Nice.
Okay.
All right, Jack.
All right. So, 2 questions. One, if I downgrade, do I get the resources?
You do, yes. And the upgrade
Okay.
card.
But not the points.
Yeah.
No points, and you don't have to spend.
If the upgrade cards are already all achieved, then no upgrade card.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Second question. When I'm counting this victory point thing at the end of the
game? Like I have this bullet bandit here. Does
It'll be
that
For
will
3
that be
points,
worth? It'll be worth 3 points because they have. Okay.
3 red cities that are not yours right now.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna upgrade. I'm gonna use this guy. And I'm not gonna be upgrading. I'm actually gonna be downgrading. So I'm gonna downgrade back to a bullet city here.
Right.
So I'm gonna downgrade back to a bullet city. Yeah. I'll earn 2 bullets right away. Yeah.
Yep.
Then I'm gonna use my 1 movement resource card to move out here and fight a bullet boss.
Bullet boss.
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
So these cards can be played as actions.
Yes, they can be
Got it.
played as actions and modifiers to other actions.
Got it. Okay.
Think of the symbols as being like super fluid. Like they can all initiate an action and they can all just be one big action as well.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, bullet boss. I'm coming for you. I'm
Not
attacking.
again.
I'm attacking with 1 dice, 2 dice, which is going to drop him to 13,
Nice.
and I get a bullet. 4 dice
Not
and another bullet. No,
Yeah.
and he's at 13. I've got 4 dice. 1, 2.
Average of
What's-
14.
4. An average of 14. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
That's your average roll on 4 dice.
Yeah, it's 3.5 per die.
Oh, interesting.
Yes,
Interesting.
that's not 14.
Okay, so
I don't do math.
It is, yeah.
Third-
Oh, it is. I don't do math.
so 13.
He's a 13. Yeah,
I want
right.
to drop. I want to drop him. Let's see if I put 5 bullets into it. That drops him to 8 on 4 dice.
I think
I
you
should
got
be
it.
able to do that.
I think you got it.
Oh,
Boom.
Damn.
Overkilled.
Yeah.
I could have just straight up killed him.
Did you want to spend a gas to re-roll all those?
Yeah, I'll re-roll my 2. I'll re-roll my 6, make it interesting. Yeah, okay, I killed him. Sweet. Okay, so the bullet boss is worth 7 points for me because I killed him with
Yep.
this. Okay, so
got
he's 7. Nice. And then I get the bullet trophy card. Okay, sweet. Thanks, man. And I'm gonna add it. Oh, I'll add it to the top of my deck. And that's my turn. I'm done.
Swap out for an old card.
So no more bullet bosses
Yeah, I'm
to
gonna
fight.
swap
right?
out.
We've slain the bullet bosses.
I'm gonna toss that card.
Oh,
Evan gonna seek vengeance.
yeah. I mean, I frankly don't have much else to do. I guess I could downgrade this thing and then upgrade it again.
Not in the same turn, but
Yeah. I think that's. You can downgrade it like down to an oasis, then upgrade it for 5 points. Is that a real thing?
On 2 separate turns.
Cole, this is an X now, right?
It is, yeah, since you defeat the boss there.
Okay.
I'll just fight again. Why not? So
I wanted to
Okay.
use my reticles for my turn.
um let's move back in. 3v2.
Nice.
And I'll just just one die.
Yeah.
That way. There you go. I'll spend a gas. See what I got.
0.
2 again.
5.
Oh, that was a.
I'm just rolling it 1,000 times.
Okay.
So 6 plus 3 is
Nice. How bad do you?
I guess. So yeah, I still want it. So I'm gonna defend with 2, get a bullet. I'll spend 3 bullets.
Nice.
So then roll 2 dice.
And 15.
Yeah, what was that?
15.
Sasha's not going down without a fight.
All right. So points for blood splats. Evan's got 2 points.
I'm gonna save 1
Okay.
of my guys because I only have 1 water.
Evan gets 1 point. You get 2 points unless Evan spends water. He has no water.
I do not.
So you're just giving Sasha points for attacking him.
Yeah. And then I will. So what? How do I downgrade my thing?
You have to just initiate a build action and then just downgrade it. Spend no steel, gain no points, do gain resources, do gain
Initiate build. Grab a couple of steel because why not?
Yep.
And I'll downgrade it to a water.
So just keep in mind, downgrading to a water, you pay the difference for upgrading.
Yeah, that's fine.
You still get the full points, or do you get the difference in points between the different spots?
I think it's the difference.
I think it might be the full points.
Oh, really?
Now when downgrading, you don't
No,
get
when upgrading.
when
Is it-
upgrading, you get the difference
Oh,
between
it's different in points. Okay,
It's just the difference.
I misunderstood.
All right, so I downgrade, and then what did that get me? That got me a couple of water.
Yep.
And one of these suckers. Alrighty, that was my turn.
that was
Wes is back on the road.
Look out, everybody.
We gotta move this car, and I think we're gonna take down another boss because I'm a boss hunter,
Yeah.
and I've got a steel factory, so it's time to take down the steel boss. Where are we gonna drive? Let's take this card here will drive me away. Got 2 movements, so I'll just drive to the nearest bandit facility. We're gonna take on this guy. In order to defeat him, I need to get a 16. First off, we're gonna play the boss trophy acquired from a previous boss, get myself a bullet. So I now have 3 bullets. And I will spend said 3 bullets. So I have no bullets left. Knock that guy down to a 13. And then I'll use every card I have here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 dice to roll.
Ooh, nice.
I don't know if that'll be enough, but we're gonna find out. 4 dice here, and I'm trying to get 13.
Yep.
All right, it's possible. And I'll leave again.
Odds are in your
Alright.
favor.
Let's go, Wes.
We have 5, 9.
You got it.
Perfect.
No. Yeah, exactly.
Kill that boss.
Oh, that boss.
All right. So that 7 points
Oh,
because
that's it for it. Yeah.
the boss trophy. Nice.
That'll trigger the end game.
No.
Oh, I wasn't there yet. I thought it was close. You moved purple, right?
You're
What-
blue.
Wes, you're blue.
Oh, I'm blue. I thought it was higher than that. Okay.
I mean, you can move it if you want.
Okay, so that's that. I didn't move. I didn't get anything up to 10. I didn't get 4 resources. I didn't build anything.
Did get an upgrade. So
Yes, so I've got 3 steel and I do have this, so I could trigger an upgrade action and use steel to upgrade my bullet factory to a gas factory.
Yep.
That's going to cost me 1 steel, and I will upgrade that to gas. When I upgrade that to gas, I'll gain 2 gas.
2 points.
2 points. That card gets used up, and I'll get it to upgrade a gas card as well.
Yep.
That'll be my turn.
Sasha.
Okay, so I want to I am not sure if this works, but I want to make sure. So I'm trying to be on 3 roads this turn for my bonus card, so I can
Got it.
go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
Does that work? Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, where do I want to end up? I guess I want to end up here. Actually, if I end up here, then I get this thing. So I'll end up here. Oh no, I can't because I'm not adjacent. I'll end up here.
Okay.
So I get 3 points for that. Okay. And then I will upgrade one of my bullet places into a steel place.
That'll
So,
trigger the end game.
And,
pay 3, 1, 2, 3. And I guess I'll upgrade the one that Evan keeps attacking. That's locked. Okay.
So when I take that over on my turn, how many points is that worth?
it's only worth for the amount of things that you kill.
Only that. Okay.
And then you also get the upgrade card. Yeah. Potentially denying them from end game points or other players, depending on like how control is, like
Right.
whether or not you downgrade it to something that doesn't help people.
Yeah, I guess that's my turn.
Okay.
Yeah, bonus 5.
Ooh,
Okay.
right back.
Jack's final turn.
So everyone except for me gets a final turn. Is that how it works?
Yes, that
Got
was
it.
your final.
Sasha
That
finished
was-
the- Oh, he's not done his points yet, so depends what happens before game in.
I've done all of Sasha's points.
Oh,
Okay.
including his end game points.
I put his final 5 on there, but he got over the 40 mark during his turn as
Yeah.
well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
Oh,
my,
so you have-
my bonus 5 is there, but my in-game points are not
Not
there
yet.
yet.
You can still get less points if someone takes away his stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha.
You can
Gotcha.
still defend.
Okay.
So Sasha, you get to draw your 4 cards because you can
Yeah.
still
I drew 7 reticles.
Okay, I'm gonna move to here. I'm gonna fight a boss. Not a boss. Yeah, a boss. I'm gonna fight the gas boss.
Very gassy.
Yeah.
Have zombie
I'm a-
there.
Yeah. I'm gonna fight the gas boss with a boss trophy. That's gonna be +1 plus a bullet.
So
Plus
two
one
radicals.
plus a bullet. So that's gonna give me 2 radicals. Then I'm gonna add 1 more radical for 3.
Totally radical.
Sasha, how many reticles did you draw? 7? Is that?
Yeah, 7.
I'm
It'll
gonna
be
use
a wonderful
3.
battle.
I'm gonna use 3 bullets.
Not
That's
if someone
gonna-
attacks me before you do.
Ooh, that's true.
So that's gonna put him at 13, and I have 3 dice.
I don't think
Jack's gonna do that.
I don't think Jack's coming your way with his.
No, I don't think so.
13 with 2
That's-
dice or 3 dice. All right.
Jeez, I don't know. That seems kind of
1 reroll.
send it. Oh no, impossible.
Yeah, toasted.
Spin the gas anyways. Do it.
What's that?
The gas is point. The gas is worth a point. For
I
you,
know.
'cause-
But it could be an 8. He could reroll an 8.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Boo.
Or
I lose. Okay, so I lose a water, I guess. Okay.
Alright.
That's it for me. Oh, I have one
Uh,
other. I have one other card, but there's nothing to do with it, so I'm just gonna
You can't-
discard it.
Attack
Point.
Sasha.
What's that?
Oh, I'm just joking.
You could
What'd you
play
say,
it-
Cole?
You could play it to gain the gas, which is a point for you.
How do I
Yeah.
gain gas?
It
With,
just
just
comes
by
with
playing the
gas on the
card.
left side
Oh,
of the
okay,
fuel
cool.
truck there.
Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so
Lost
first,
the bummer.
Oh, that would have been so good, man.
I should have fought this guy instead.
I'm gonna offer.
It's the choices you make in life, Jack.
I know. Bummer. Going
Offer.
for the
Yeah. I'm gonna offer.
Oh, you're wellspringing. Yay.
I'm gonna offer 3 resources to Sasha. I will give you 1, 2, 3 steel.
I
Do you
accept.
accept it? Sweet, I get 4 points.
Bum, bum, bum. It had to happen eventually.
Boom.
And you
Deal.
get a water.
You get a water.
I got a water.
Oh.
Now that you've accepted my offer,
Uh-oh. What have I done? I didn't read the fine print.
you've fallen into my trap. Oh, I can't even attack the steel glass anymore.
I think
Um,
you can because you failed 2 once, and so he's available.
I don't remember. I don't know
Yeah,
how that
he's
works.
If you tried to, yeah, then he's technically sitting on a spot.
All right. All right. Well, I attack him.
You do have to move into a space.
I do. I have to do what?
Move into a bandit space.
You have to move to a bandit space to fight it.
Oh,
Gotta hunt him down.
that's gonna mess me up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, this card let you spend the symbol too, so you could use that one to move.
Oh, I could use that one. Great.
Yeah.
Boink.
Boink.
Or actually, I'll travel down this road, do a Yui, and then come back over here.
You could just go to that guy. You can't technically do a Yui, but you can go
All
to
right.
that
Well, I'll go over here then.
guy. Yeah.
Why can't you do a Yui?
There's some stuff over there. Quick, touch it and then come back.
You had another point of movement.
Okay, now I'm gonna roll 1, 2, 4 dice,
Nice.
and I'm gonna get a point for playing precision.
No, that's only if you beat the bandit.
I'm gonna beat the bandit.
You do gain bullets though, right? Did you play scouting and precision?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you gain 2 bullets.
Nice. All right, so I've got 4 dice. Give me that die. Give me that 1, Jack. I'm gonna
Are
need
you gonna
that.
spend some bullets?
But yeah, all the
Okay.
bullets.
All right, so he's a 13.
He's a
No,
10.
it's a 10 because of
It's a
the
10.
scouting.
Oh yeah.
You can do it.
All ones.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
All right. All right. It crushed his face.
Yeah.
7 points for Evan. Brings you to 40.
Yeah.
Woo.
And then I get this thing, which goes on top of my deck, but I want to look at it for a second.
It won't
Don't
take.
worry, I'm not attacking you. It won't matter.
It won't do anything. Except help you defend if you need to.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot I was gonna spend one of my things to upgrade. It's too late now. It's whatever. Whatever. Too late. Scavenger.
So Wes is your turn, I think.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know he was done.
Yep.
Okay. All righty. What are we gonna do here? What are we gonna do? Well, as much as I'd like to beat the boss, I don't think I can get another 16. I wanted to beat all 4 bosses, but I don't think it's gonna happen. The most I can do is 4 dice, and I have no bullets, so I'd have to get 16 naturally, and that's not very likely. I go for it, guys.
Do it.
Go for it.
All right, I'll go for it just for shits and giggles.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever beaten all 4 bosses?
I've never seen anybody try to beat all 4 bosses now.
Yeah. because
Today's
no-
the day. Today's the day.
Today is.
yeah, I think it's hard because you like need to have those bases controlled at certain point, or
Yeah.
rely on someone failing
Yeah.
for the bases that you don't have. That's funny.
Exactly it. But I will drop this card for movement. So I got 2 wheelies. I get a steal. And I get a victory point when I build, but I'm probably not building this turn. And so I can drive over to here. Now, can I stop here and pick that up?
You get it if you move through it as well. So
Oh, maybe I'll get a bullet. No, just another steal. Okay. Another
More
steal.
extra point.
Great. Now we're gonna play. See, I could play it safe and fight the war chief, and I'd probably win, but we're gonna go for the gusto here.
Yes, boss. Yes.
Very nice.
There we go.
Uh-huh.
Some Thor Ragnarok in there. Old lead
Appropriate. It's appropriate.
All right, here goes nothing. I got no bullets. I got
Get it,
no-
Wiz.
I'm not rolling yet. I'm just putting them down. So I got to prove that I have
Hmm.
cards. There's a die. There's 2 dice. That gets me a steel and a gas. And then here's a water.
Nice.
Getting resources anyway. All right.
Ooh.
Here we go. Roll. Oh, that's terrible. That's absolutely terrible.
Now,
I can
enough?
gas once, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
I think that's good.
15. Short by
That-
1.
Oh, that is short by one.
Oh.
If I lose a resource, I'll lose a water because I don't need water. I don't own water. And that's my turn, right?
Yeah.
Come here, man.
Worth a try. Could have
Yeah.
got the mothership, but I had
Yeah.
to go for
Yeah.
That was good.
I
All right.
believe.
That's the very end. Now we'll just calculate some end game scoring. So let's just do it player by player. Sasha, I already gave you your 5.
Uh-huh.
So then you have 2 boss trophies. The blue one is going to be worth 1 point,
Trophies. Yeah.
Blue City.
Okay.
And then the red one's going to be worth 2 points for your red city.
And 1 point for that
One.
one.
That's 3.
Got it.
51 points.
Yeah.
in your resources, you have steel cities and bullet cities. So
So
you get
10.
10 points. 61 total.
Okay.
And then Jack, what do you got?
I have 9 points in trophies
Okay.
because I
got
have 2 for bullets, 1, and then 2 for gas, 1. But I get the bullet twice because I have 2 bullets. So 9 points there. And then in terms of cities and resources, I don't have any bullets left, but I do
Okay.
have gas. So I get 5 points for gas.
You get 5 points for gas.
Yeah.
Right? And that's you.
Mhm.
Evan,
Yeah,
what you got?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I forgot I was going to upgrade this back to a thing, so I didn't get the thing with the thing.
That's all right, man.
So what do I
You're-
get?
We're
It's
3.
all-
6 points total.
Okay.
And then you have water city, so you get 4 points for your water.
Okay.
You beat Jack.
Sucker. Sucker.
True.
All that counts. Wes. Yeah.
I should have 7 for my dudes.
Yeah.
And 13 for my resource.
Holy cow.
If I'm doing
Yikes.
it correctly, you tell me. Keep me on.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the red is worth 2 because you don't own any, but 2 people do. The blue is worth 1. The steel guy is worth 4. Yep, so you're right there. And then your steel triggers once for 5 points.
The
And your
gas.
triggers once 8 points.
I got
Yeah.
gas, but I got gas.
So you got all the way up to 55, but it wasn't enough to reach Sasha's.
If I would have beat that guy, I might have.
Yeah.
That would have got me
Probably.
6 points, plus I would have got extra points for the
The
gas.
gas.
Or so
Just had
9,
to, I needed one more die.
yeah, 9 points would have got you the win.
Yeah.
Yep. So a couple of bum rolls for everybody. That's what I always expect going into this game. It's kind of like you really have to mitigate your luck and like push as much resources as you can into those big fights. So
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Sasha, did you really have 7 reticles?
No, I had
yeah, 3, 4.
I had 4.
Hit
Yeah,
4.
my plan was actually to attack you, and I just didn't because I was like, I just did that like 2 times in a row, but I should have, and then I would have done a lot better. But it's fine.
Okay.
I mean, against 4 reticles, though, I feel like that would have been hard still, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
But yeah.
Good game, you guys. We didn't go over it at the beginning, but I just wanted to go over kind of like my general goals for the
Yeah.
playtest.
Mhm.
And that was I want to examine the scoring and see how I always want to see how people feel about the scoring because there's a lot of scoring going on in the game, but I'm not sure if it's all like good enough. You know, I hate spreadsheets and like I kind of just like throw numbers at the board and see what works. So, if there's any changes or suggestions to any of it to make it a little more dynamic or interactive, like whether it be with the PvP or with the end game scoring, anything like that. Another thing is if you have any suggestions on how to better connect the theme and the mechanics, or if you think the theme and the mechanics kind of work copacetically already together. And then the other one is just overall graphic design and readability, because that's kind of my professional focus with board games because I work with clients and stuff like that. So even on my own designs, I want to make sure all that stuff is like the best that it can be for myself. So yeah, so scoring just in general, all the different spots, theme and mechanics, and overall graphic design and readability, like UX sort of. So
Yeah, let's start with Wes so he
Wes?
can bounce when he needs to.
All right. So love the theme. I've watched every Mad Max and Road Warrior movie, and really loved that last one that came out. What was it called?
Fury Road.
Fury Road, yeah.
Yeah, that was
One of the
wicked.
best action movies ever made. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of catches you by surprise. But love that
Yeah.
one. And so your art has that kind of gritty look to it. It reminds me of Walking Dead comics, those couple of color tones, the kind of the splayed blood and black. It's all very matching to the theme, just like Jack was saying earlier. So I love that. And just in the world as I was looking at the cards and looking at the board. Kind of to add to it, I don't know what you're going to be adding to your hexes later on, but instead of those white splotches, they kind of take away from the whole theme. If those were little bird's eye view of little towns or something, that might make it more visually aesthetic to match that theme, because the white just throws me off. But everything else about in terms of teaching the game, I'd recommend having kind of a list and a kind of program how you want to teach the game, because I felt like the teach was a bit sporadic. But we as we played through it, so that was, I think, learning as we played through it helped, but the teach was a bit rough. I love that it's a deck upgrader and not a deck builder. There's so many games you play where you're trying to build your deck, but you don't get half the cards that you gained throughout the game because you can't get through your deck. So I like that aspect of it, where I got to choose what I didn't want, got to choose what I did want. But I didn't get to pick any card I wanted because I had to specify it to the resource. So I think there's some great tie-in mechanics that you have built in that way. I like how you use resource tracking on the board instead of giving people 50 tokens. That's what I do in my game, is I give people tokens, but I can see how yours will save on component costs and fiddliness. So that's good. I'd recommend naming the bosses. I think that would be a nice thematic touch. So instead of just saying gas boss, having a name above the two different gas bosses. So maybe there's a, whatever names you want to call them, gas master or Inferno or whatever the heck you want to call them.
What was the, can I interject real quick? What was the second point of criticism that you had after the roads and cities and the road spaces? Something else you said. I just was writing it down and it kind of went over my head.
The teach?
The teach, yeah. Thank you.
All right. Doing the bullets after rolling. I think it kind of feels bad if you spend 5 extra bullets and then you roll 2 6s. So maybe a method where you get back half of what you overpaid or something, so that if you did overpay by a whole bunch of bullets, you still get a benefit.
So that's lose.
What's that?
If you lose, you get half your bullets back.
I'm not sure. I mean, because if let's say I spent 8 bullets, but I really didn't even need any bullets, maybe you get half of what you didn't use back. It might be rough to try to build that into the rules, but it just
the only reason it wasn't around like spending bullets after dice was it just made everything way too easy.
Yeah, you could just math it out. So I can see why you do it the way you do it. I think it's, you're damned if you do either way. So you just gotta play how you like it. I'd say the troops, I think, would be more valuable if they were worth points at the end as well, because I felt like my troops weren't really doing anything the whole game.
That's it.
They just sat there protecting myself from Jack and his gas lordism over there, or his bullet factories.
Yes.
I think the moving mechanic, I felt tethered at times because I wanted to fight, but because of gas, I couldn't fight as much as I wanted to. So if you could use the gas to move farther, or maybe you have to spend 2 gas for every hex, or 1 gas for every white hex, making that gas mechanic tether into movement, I think could be cool. I don't like downgrading, because if this is a game about building up your cities, it seems odd to me that we would tear them back down again just to try to pass a turn or whatnot. So I thought that was a mechanic I didn't like much. I never did it, but I saw a couple of people were thinking about it as an alternative to their turns.
Again, that was just feedback that I received from playtesters before, that they did want to be able to do that. It's a little more controlled, but I could see your point for sure.
I think so. One of the things that if you run out of bullets, you no longer have an economy to fight with. If you want to tether your mechanics to your cards, because you do already have them color coded, maybe instead of just spending gas to re-roll, maybe you can re-roll with the matching color. If I'm playing a blue boss or a blue monster, I can spend a water to re-roll a die. Just relying on gas.
That would be a great overall mechanic, and then just switch the other use of gas to
Yeah, exactly.
Spaces.
Extra moves, yeah.
Yeah.
Because right now you use bullets for combat, you use water for troops, you use gas for
Moving.
rolling. If you use gas for moving, then you might find another use for the steel. I don't. Does steel have a second?
That makes a lot of sense. What were you gonna say?
Steel have a second purpose at all, or no?
Steel is just for building. Yeah.
One recommendation for steel is if you have a city, maybe you can spend a steel to fortify it, because Sasha got beaten down a couple times. So if you could have steel as a way, you take a steel and put it on your city, and you permanently get +1 there, or something like that. If you want to have steel as have an alternative purpose.
Then like that point can't go away or something like that.
Like it's a permanent wall that you built, so it adds to the defense of that city.
When would you do that? Like when you build or upgrade, probably.
Whatever you want, maybe as an additional upgrade.
Okay,
Just an idea. Overall, I had a lot of fun playing. I thought about the different strategies. I think everybody was trying different things, and I think over multiple plays, we would experiment and try different things in different ways. The cards having multiple purposes made me think about them, and I enjoyed it. So whatever feedback I gave, even if the game didn't change at all, I would still enjoy it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Nice. I can go next.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do it.
So
Bye, Wes.
I'm gonna leave it on listen for a bit, but I'm turning the camera off.
Thanks for coming, man. Sorry for keeping you.
Thanks for playing, Wes.
Always good playing with you.
Yeah, it was fun.
Everybody go back. Dungeon Makers.
Dungeon Makers.
Dungeon Makers.
Yeah. Dungeon Makers.
We're almost
There's not much time left.
So, okay. I wanted some sort of benefit for troops in endgame scoring. That was something I was missing at the end. So that's one thing. Another question is, why can you only build or upgrade once on your turn when the other actions are unrestricted?
Because it was too spammy. The game just lasted for like half an hour because everybody would just spam building really fast.
Oh.
Yeah. It was way too, and there was basically no game. There was no strategy than to just continue building.
Oh, I see. So it's just building is too easy a way to amass victory points quickly. Okay.
Yep. And other things. Cards.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. I could see that.
Turned it into a non-game, basically.
Okay. Yeah, because we played 3 hours after an hour-long teach.
Which once you played the game, it did not take that long. Plus, we're on teach.
Right. Oh yeah. Right. Totally. However, still, I think the game could have ended at 30 victory points, and I think I would have been okay with that.
Yeah, my wife has said that too.
Because I think all of the fun stuff happened, right? Like there was some PvP, there were boss battles, like we had numerous like upgrades in our decks. Like by the time it got to 30 points, I was like, I felt a lot of tension up to 30 points. And afterwards I felt like, okay, we're kind of just doing the same things.
Okay.
I'm going to fight all the bosses, like I felt like it kind of moved past the point of like interesting tension to just like, okay, now let's just finish it. Let's see who's going to finish it. So, I felt like if the game ended at 30 points, that would have been fine for me.
Okay.
Okay. So those are my constructive things, Cole. Yeah. Those are my constructive things. On the positive side, I had a lot of fun with this game. It's the kind of game I like. I like area control. I like dudes on a map games. I like asymmetric win conditions. I like a race to victory points. It's an unambiguous end game that I'm appreciating that a lot lately instead of some sort of timing thing. I like having a clear objective And finishing it when someone gets 40 points, game is over. That's really clean and nice. I like the bonus for finishing the game, gives you incentive to actually meet that race instead of stall.
Right.
Let's see. I like the combat system, the push your luck element to it. I think that that's really nice. It's well implemented. I get that I'm pushing my luck, but it doesn't feel like that's all I'm doing. Like I'm gambling. It feels like I'm like preparing, which is really cool. I like the cards. And as I mentioned before, the really beautiful thing about this game is the art. It's just so cool. The one resource, okay, I do have one more constructive thing.
Yep.
The one resource I maybe neglected or just didn't, again, the save troops, place troops thing with water was kind of a bummer to me, just because troops could only be used in PvP, really.
Right.
And
right.
and I didn't have any PvP interactions. I was just kind of playing the, like, I'm in Australia and we're playing Risk sort of maneuver there. And it, I didn't win, but I also lost a couple combats. That's just dice.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
I wanted to do something else with my troops potentially, or something else with my water maybe. But
yeah, well, there's a pretty good water strategy, and it revolves around Wellspring. Wellspring is a really hard if you get it early.
Yeah.
I haven't used it once, but if you can play that like 5 to 6 times during the game, that's 12 to 20 extra points.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's a good point.
Doing. So there is a water strategy in the game.
Yeah.
Plus, you can max out your resource tracks. In the physical prototype, there's 2 resource markers for every resource. So your tracks actually go up to 20.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, so one other thing I would say on the positive side is I felt like even though we did extend to 40 victory points, I felt like there was still some depth in the game that was unexplored, which is really great. Yeah.
Well, I like the idea of doing something else with troops. And my concern has always been for sort of the end game points. So I think I'm probably going to look into trying to do something with them at the end of the game. So
yeah, I'm not sure what you could do. You definitely can't treat them like resources and convert them. I mean, maybe it's like 5 to 1 or something.
Yeah.
But
or maybe they multiply the points of your bandit trophies or something.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, like for every 3 troops, you add an additional point or something on cities you control, or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe it's an additional point for lone troops, like troops on the roads. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Just I don't know, just something else to do with them aside from just for PvP purposes.
Something to create a little more and tension with the pieces. Okay.
Yeah. I think that's it.
Cool.
There was a limitation with scavenging in that you have to be on like gray circles.
Unless you get the blue card trap setting.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I was just looking at that. Which kind of resolves the issue that I was feeling. So, okay, you asked specifically about visuals. So I just have 2 notes about visuals. One is to put a shovel on the spaces that can be scavenged.
Got it.
Just to draw that immediate connection. And then the other thing is the white spaces, which I think Wes mentioned already too. But just something to make more clear that those are connected.
Yeah, it's very prototypey. The board is actually the only thing I haven't spent a lot of time on. So yeah, but otherwise the design is pretty clear. One thing, this is a compliment to the graphic design and the art, but
for a game with so many rules, I didn't spend a lot of I didn't feel that I didn't understand key concepts. I had occasional rules questions, but I felt like the art actually helped a lot with resolving questions I would have otherwise asked in a game like this, I think. Because I could just look at it and be like, oh, okay, this is what I do. So that was a good feeling, and I feel like you've done a lot with the iconography to help.
Sweet.
Yeah, so that's my feedback.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Very fun, cool theme. As Wes said, I love Mad Max as well. When Wes wrote his name as Wes, I was like, oh yes, it's perfect.
Sasha.
Yeah. So yeah, I enjoyed the game. I definitely like a lot of the there's several sort of concepts in here that I think are really interesting and clever, and it sort of made me like it sort of threw a little bit of a the way that you move around hex boards is something that most players know pretty well because there's lots of hex-based movement games. But this has like a couple of things in it that sort of shake that up a bit and sort of make it not really work the same way that other hex games work. One thing that I like is like when a town is built that's like one space. I think that's sort of interesting, and I feel like we each like sort of exploited that a little bit at different points during the game, but I think there is something interesting there with how it sort of opens up the map and like how strategically building a city in a specific place, how that sort of opens up your movement by a lot. I thought that was really interesting. Yeah, overall, I enjoyed the game. I wrote down a list of things, and I'm gonna try and do it in an order that sort of makes sense. But I was trying to organize it a little bit, but I'll do my best. The first things I wrote down is just some simple TTS stuff. One, so you can do hand zones so that you can match the color of the that is in front of each one to the player mat. I think that would definitely help a lot. Get rid of the hand zones that are not actually going to be playing the game and put the hand zones of the color that are supposed to be there in front of that.
Because there's a lot of colors in the game in general, so yeah, it is kind of complicated.
Yeah, and I think there was just like a couple times where everyone was sort of like, "Oh wait, what color am I?" and right. Moving the wrong one. And I think you were even there was one or two times that we just had it mixed up. So yeah, just simple TTS thing. The other thing I wrote down is not a big deal at all. It was just at the beginning that the hex is not really lining up, making sure that they're all the same size and they're fitting together well. Like right. People that will really bug some people, and so just like just having it like fit all together the same and look all the same sizes. But yeah, those are just little TTS things. Mm-hmm. Resource track going to 10. A couple times you were saying that in the actual production you have 2 tokens of each one, and they can both go to 10, so you can have 20. Yeah. That doesn't feel necessary to me because I feel like during the game there's never really a time where you're just like really amassing resources, except maybe at the end. I felt like there was always situations where I'd be spending my resources, and I didn't really feel like I was really amassing resources other than the steel towards the end, because I like my options for building were sort of limited. So I just wonder like how much value that adds having the option to go to 10 with having the sort of confusion of having 2 tokens of each type, and the fact that there's not like a track that goes to 20. It's like 2. Yeah, I feel like if I was playing with a physical copy, that would sort of confuse me a little bit
Sure.
in the initial teach.
It's just like an abacus, but yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I just like, is that value worth it? If like in most games, are people going above 10 resources?
In some places, I've seen people pursue those strategies. So one really cool game of memory was at a convention, and this guy maxed out 2 of his tracks, so that was 40 points, and that was like he spent his entire game focusing on that, not even attacking bandits or anything.
And yeah, that's interesting, because I feel like were the other players aware that they could just steal those points from him by just taking his base?
Yes, they were. Yeah, he spent a little bit of time amassing defenses. Yeah, and building up a little bit, but the rest it was just he only had 2 types of bases, and he just kept spamming resources like with scavenging, things like that.
Because yeah, I feel like that would be my main fear and make me not want to do that. In addition to I'm spending resources doing other things, that like I could just lose all of that to someone attacking me and me rolling poorly and then rolling well, and now I just lost 40 points.
And I think he planned to defend a lot because he got rid of like his laborers and his scavengers that didn't have combat reticles, and he upgraded.
So he just had lost reticles.
2 dice that had double dice, right?
Yeah. So yeah, maybe that is interesting enough of a strategy and reasonable enough.
Dice. That's all I went for.
Yeah, that seems.
It was like he was like a turtle strategy player. Like he just liked to kind of like sit there and just go up tracks, right? And like so, I just let him do it, and I was like,
okay,
that's really well.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems really hard to do to me and seems very risky, but if it worked for them, then great, all more power to them. But okay, back to my list. You were saying super optional PvP. That that doesn't make any sense to me in a situation where some people can attack you. I can't opt out of that. It's not optional.
That's funny because I've actually never played a playtest that had this many PvP attacks.
Oh, really?
So I like that you guys are testing the system a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely interested in how it worked. I was definitely sort of wary of it a little bit, but yeah, I would say don't say optional PvP if people can attack you. Like,
yeah, it's not necessarily written in the rules that it's optional PvP. It's just from my experience, depending on the player types, you're gonna see or you're not. Because
like you can say that you don't need to attack people to win. But saying super optional PvP makes me think that I can just not be involved with any PvP, which is not true.
Got it.
Because I didn't want to be involved with any PvP, but then I got attacked a couple times, and so I was like, okay, well, I guess I have to attack people too.
Yeah.
And
what did you feel? Did you feel like you had a lot of control over your win, or?
Somewhat. I do feel like there was some number of points that I got from Evan attacking me and not succeeding. That if things happened differently in several ways, I wouldn't have gotten those points. And so then I would have been even closer to Wes. Even maybe he would have passed me. So I felt like I was making smart decisions, and that's why I did well. I do think that there was I mean, also this bonus 5 points definitely was significant.
It's interesting because in the majority of past playtests before that, or before that existed, the first lose. So
Yeah, just like the way that it was set up, and maybe it's also because I was the first player, so we did all have the same number of turns. If like someone else did the final action, then they would have, then like someone would have gotten more turns, or someone would have gotten less turns.
right.
Yeah, I think one person would have gotten more turns. So I think the fact that I got this made it so that I was able to get the most advantage out of it.
Sure.
Whereas if like Jack got it, I would get one more turn than everyone else.
Okay.
If that makes sense, one more total turn.
Yeah.
So obviously we sort of mitigate for that by giving me one less point than Jack, but like, yeah, I feel like the way that the turn order affected our starting points didn't really do much. I don't think that 1 point is significant in some way.
Okay.
Maybe a resource, maybe different sort of resource starting or something. I don't know, but this 5 points did feel pretty good to me, and I did feel like that was a nice bonus for jumping up at the top, and I like felt like I was already in front before I was going to be pushing it into this, and so then that extra 5 was pretty good. But
yeah, interesting, because like a lot of the feedback I got in the past was that the first player to finish felt like a punching bag, basically.
Mhm.
Basically,
Got it.
everybody react to where they were at on the.
Yeah, and I think that sort of has to do. It would definitely have something to do with if I had a bunch of resources, and if they like took one of my cities, then I would like lose a bunch of in-game points. But the amount of in-game points that I felt like I had on the line for potentially losing wasn't that much. Like I think it was less than 5 points if someone like took one of my cities.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Some amount of that is feeling, but I'm trying to also rationalize that feeling. And Wes brought this up. I do think there was a little bit of it felt like a little bit of a slog with the teach, just because there was like a couple of things with how they were explained, made it sort of confusing.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I wrote down is you kept saying boss damage or bandit damage when it's their health.
It's their health.
Yeah, and I think health clicks so much more. Like I'm trying to deal enough damage to defeat their health, not they are damaging me in some way. So that was just like one of the things I wrote down that was confusing the way you said it. Once we clarified it, it was like, okay, that just means health, but like, why don't we just say it's health? And then anything that like reduces health, like the bullets reduce health, or yeah.
Yeah, I think in the rule book, I even call it something different. I call it strength value.
Okay.
But it should, yeah.
I think health makes sense to me. I don't know if there's a reason to not do that. Initially, I wrote down defending sounds rough. I do still think, like, obviously, Evan attacked me several times, and I was the defender, and I did all right. But I think if I wasn't in a good position as far as like cards I had in my hand, and Evan not having a super strong attack, I think it would have felt pretty rough, especially if I commit cards from my hand and I lose.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that would be crushing, because then I also essentially lose my next turn,
Right.
depending on how many cards I commit to it. But if I commit like two cards, that's like my next turn is like very very hurt, and I lost my space. Just I was definitely worried that was going to be really bad. Luckily, there wasn't a situation where someone defended with cards from their hand. Each time there was like a situation, and I think partially it's because you designed it so that the person that is defending isn't playing cards until after they see the value that the attacker is doing. But if it was close and I did commit cards and then I lost, that would feel really bad. And I would just, that's something that I would be careful about. Or
maybe I'll test some kind of mitigating factor, like maybe the defender draws back up or something like that.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I think that is something like that. If you want battles to be a little bit more interesting or something, honestly, I'm someone that is not super big on battling with dice. Like the mitigation has to be pretty good for me to be like, yeah, I'm down for this. And I felt this is definitely on the end of, since the dice are 1 to 6 rather than like a tighter cluster or something, it feels very swingy, and it can feel pretty bad if you get unlucky. And yeah, so I'm rambling a little bit there, but I wrote something down in this line as well. Where is it?
As a thematic game player, that's one thing I really like in games, though, is I love those
super swingy
moments, those big moments where you just pull it out like when nobody thought you could, and then just get beat down for no reason and have to claw.
And the thing I wrote down in this line is the spending a gas to re-roll a die, or no matter what resource it was, because Wes was talking about potentially paying other resources. That felt like a sort of non-decision, where it was just like, if I didn't win, then obviously I'm spending a resource if I could possibly win, and then yeah, it just felt sort of like it wasn't a really interesting decision to make with doing that, and the amount of times that it didn't actually make a difference. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels a little bit weird, because like if you are close and you could potentially win, why wouldn't you re-roll if you could potentially win? Okay. But then when you fail again, it's like, okay, I just lost a resource for nothing. I don't know. It's just the decision space for there doesn't feel very interesting, and then it adds to sort of feel bad. I don't know.
It's not the decision though. Is like I could lose this resource and re-roll, or I could just accept my loss, right?
Yeah, but if you rolled a 1, and if you roll a 3, 4, 5, or 6, and you're good, then obviously you're going to re-roll. Like, I mean, I don't think most people would be like, oh, the fact that I could re-roll a 1 or a 2 means that I'm not going to spend my resource to re-roll. Obviously, most of the time, but yeah, maybe to some degree I'm just expressing a feeling, but that was my feeling with that. Troops outside of towns. I thought that might matter more. It doesn't. It matter if you have 2 outside of towns, then you can get that bonus from one of your starting cards. But after you get rid of those starting cards that care about troops outside of towns, it feels like it doesn't really matter, except giving the opportunity for people to kill them and get points. So I think several of us committed more troops outside of our towns than we wish we had, after we sort of learned how it worked.
Don't you think that's a good trade-off though? Like early game, gaining the resources to be able to build up big, but then like the potential of your opponents gaining points off that later.
I mean, if there was a reason to have more than 2, but I just put out 2 right by my starting location, no one was going to be able to get over to them to like deal with them in a reasonable amount of time. And so like my card that did the action, being able to place units on roads, just like did nothing after I used it once. It felt like.
Well, they also count as defense or offense when you're.
They have to be on roads, which can be so easily just killed for points. I feel like I don't want to give the opportunity for other players to get points off of something that I'm spending my resources for. At least
But
that's my feeling.
Isn't like a space for interaction though? I don't get the criticism.
Well, I guess for me, I just felt like that was a bad move. Like that was, to me, it felt like a bad move to put out, use that card to put out things rather than use it cards to build or upgrade to get troops out. I much preferred the.
One thing that really helped you was the move you did where you converted all of Evan's troops to yours, right? So,
yeah, but that's because he made the mistake of putting a bunch of troops out.
But it wasn't really a mistake because like everybody has ground troops, which means they can drive up to a base, play ground troops, drop some troops onto the thing, and gain extra attack at that point. So
but you could just play the thing for its reticle, and that's 3.5 attack. Like that's much better than.
That's true. Yeah.
What's the ground? Wait, what did you say? You can drop people off?
This card, if you just play it for the bottom rather than use it as an action, you
place
can.
2 units on roads adjacent to your towns or cars.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So you have to like stop in front of the place and then drop ground troops and then move again. I don't get how you can drop troops before you go into.
You can move onto their base. Moving onto their base doesn't trigger the attack.
But it says your town. Oh,
Or
got
your
it.
car.
Got it. I see.
At that point, it's your car.
So you can just be in someone's base and not attack?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because moving isn't the same action as attacking.
I guess I thought it worked similarly to how the bandit spots worked, where it stops your movement and then you're attacking it.
Oh no.
Okay, so I think that's something that I definitely didn't think that's how it works.
Okay.
So yeah, being more clear on that would be nice.
Definitely, there's a lot of little nuance rules like that. It's definitely written in the rules.
Okay. Yeah, like my obviously when I first started out, I didn't realize that I stopped from that, but because it wasn't in the teach. But the fact that it's any combat thing doesn't stop your movement. It's only the bandit spot combat movements. Okay, got it.
So under player versus player combat, it says you may attack your opponent's town with your car. First, you must move your car into their town space, then declare an attack. So.
Okay, got it.
It should probably say then you may declare an attack.
Yeah, like that reads as you then are attacking if you're moving in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So, can I get stuck without gas? So if I moved into a desert space that is not next to a road, and I am out of gas, how do I move?
Never had it come up, and I've played this like 50 times. So.
Okay. Yeah, it's something that I almost wanted to do it just to be like, oh, look what happened to me, I'm stuck, but I also didn't want to just lose.
Yeah,
so,
I would say there should be like a contingency where you can just move to a base to a town segment or something.
Well, in our game, we never scavenged on these spaces at all. It did seem like scavenging here was way better. So maybe there's a balancing thing. I also was sort of wondering if the sort of idea was you can scavenge to get exactly what you want. Why can't we scavenge for resources that we might actually want, like bullets and the metal? Like, yeah.
80 points like right away. So
yeah, I mean, and maybe there's a way to balance it so it makes sense. I just like these resources didn't seem all that useful to me. I'd much rather get things that can give me points or get resources that are more valuable.
Again, I'll lead to the other strategies in the game. So
okay, yeah, and again, maybe that's a feeling thing, but no one in our game thought to scavenge in any of those spots, so just something to think about.
Yeah,
it's the type of game where you're not going to be able to do everything in one game, but the fact that nobody decided to do it, but those were instrumental in that one guy's play to
Got it.
just like just spam resources. Right?
Yeah, so I guess maybe on playtest, just being aware of how often people scavenge in those spaces versus not. Yeah.
Well, one thing I might suggest off of Sasha's feedback, where he mentioned getting stuck without gas.
Yeah.
I would definitely punish that or make that like some sort of like, oh, that's poor resource management.
Yeah.
So I would consider something like you have to discard a card to get
my
out of
thoughts were
that
like-
situation, like pushing your car out of the desert
Yeah.
would
'Cause
be
my thoughts are
something like that.
You had to really poorly plan for that to happen.
Yeah, just something to think about, some sort of negative, but something to get out. Like, oh, you have to discard 2 cards or
I'd love to see
something
somebody
like
push a
that.
car out of the desert. That'd be quite interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Apparently, it happens in Death Valley all the time.
Oh yeah.
Next thing that I wrote down is Bandit Market can get stale, meaning like there was several cards in the market that no one wanted to get, and that wasn't changing. And so it was just like, okay, well, I hope the random card off the top is useful for me.
Maybe when a boss gets defeated or something, or
yeah, something to refresh it or give players some way that they can spend a resource or something to refresh it, or just something, because the way it is right now, at least these two, I think, were there for a long time.
Spend a lot.
And
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
I felt like it felt a little bit like flavor weird / resource weird when I was taking a bullet place. I didn't get any bullets. Like I just like took over a bullet place and now I control it, and there's no like right. You don't get anything for gaining control of something.
You get the upgrade card and the resource.
Oh, you do get the resource. Okay, I did miss that during my. So I guess something that like, where do I see, or where is it shown that for what I get for defeating a player?
Yeah.
Like
Something from
yeah,
the
some
back
sort of
rule book or something like that.
some sort of iconography, like on like the battle board or something, to be like when a battle ends, you get stuff. Like what happens, because there's also like how these spots worked and like the points and stuff. Just like maybe some sort of iconography that sort of explains that in a simple way, or just reminds players how it works in a simple way.
Right.
Obviously, they can reference the rule book, but yeah. The way roads. Roads. It did feel like we got a little bit caught up on how roads worked. So, like if you're not on a road, you have to spend a movement to get into a road, and then you can spend 1 movement to move anywhere you want along the road, as long as you're not going through a bandit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you need to spend 1 more movement to then leave that road and then go into another spot. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think that there was just like a little bit. We were a bit confused on sort of how that worked. Where if like you were in a spot that was adjacent to a road, could you like travel along the road with 1 movement? But no, you have to spend 1 movement to get onto the road, and then you need to spend another movement to move anywhere you want along the road. Okay.
Again, probably more than how I actually described it.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the best way to describe that is, but something to make that really clear, because I think that is pretty important for how movement works in this game, and just so that everyone is clear, because it definitely wasn't intuitive to me that these are 2 separate road sections, except for when this bandit is taken out, and now this is 1 complete road section. And if there's multiple bandits out, this is all 1 complete road section. And so like when your units that are out are not on 2 separate roads if this bandit is dead in there. Yeah. So just figuring out a way to explain that so it's clear, I think would be helpful. The roads, spending gas, yeah. Positive. Positive. Oh, yeah, this was just about Wes sort of mentioned this. I do like deck builders, but I also every time I play deck builders with people, if they haven't played lots of deck builders, the concept of deck thinning is something that is always seems harder for them to grasp. And so I think it's nice that your deck is automatically sort of thinning, so you are gonna you're gonna really see the value of your upgrades just more consistently. I think that is nice. I think that's one of the nice advantages to the way that this system works. Yeah, I have one other thing written down here. Oh, and there's I think Jack was talking about why couldn't you build multiple buildings in a turn, and you're talking about the reason that it was sort of getting out of control. I do wonder if there would be a way to and I feel like this starts to change maybe too many things, but I did intuitively think that I could build multiple times in a turn, as long as I had the movements and stuff. If there's a way to make that really clear, I think that would be good. If
I probably need to put the one time on the player board reference next to the build action in the center column. Yeah.
Oh, you're saying you should do that, or it is there?
Reference.
Yeah. Got it. Okay.
It does say in the rule book and
got it.
Right under the build action, it says one time only.
Got it. Yeah, and then on top of that, I also didn't realize that upgrading could be. My car didn't have to be there. I could upgrade any spots that I controlled, which I get, but at the same time, I was sort of imagining my car as being I'm doing stuff where my car is, and so wherever my car is, I can do stuff.
Thematic, you already have presence there, so
yeah, I get how it makes sense sort of flavor wise, but I think that's why I didn't intuitively think that I could upgrade places that my car wasn't. Yeah, and so that's just another feeling thing. I don't have a specific solution, or that's a big problem kind of thing. That was something I noticed. But that's pretty much everything I have written down here. I definitely, because of how I take notes, it might sort of sound like I'm just criticism, but that's just because I'm usually writing down the criticisms or the sort of critiques a bit more. Hopefully what I was sharing was constructive, because I did really enjoy the game, and I did definitely get into it after the first couple turns when things started to make sense and flow. So yeah, cool. Thank you very much for sharing, and I had a good time.
There's a couple things you said that I'm definitely going to take and test out. I really like being able to refresh the bandit market, because to agree, in games that I played, it does feel and I really like your feedback on defending. I think letting the defender not get beat down as bad is probably the thing. Yeah, so I'll definitely test a couple of these things out.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Evan.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of this has been mentioned before, but I'll say it again just to reinforce the things that I also found to be affecting me as well.
Sure.
So luck in dice, that's definitely just a player preference. For me, it always feels bad because I always roll bad.
Yep.
And that's just like I'm a cooler, like I just always, if there's a big roll on the line, I fail it. And if you look
You
at
don't play the coin flip deck in Magic.
what's that?
You don't play the coin flip deck in Magic.
I do not.
Yeah.
I do not. So if you look at the score, I kept track of the number of big fails for each player. Sasha, 0.
Right.
Wes, 1.
Yep.
Evan and Jack, 2 each.
Nice.
So you notice a pattern.
Yep.
Right? And I suspect that pattern will play out relatively with some amount of predictability where the number of big whiffs will be reflected in the final score.
Right.
Which to me isn't fun, but I know that that's actually not true for a lot of people. So it's not, it's kind of neither here nor there, but for me, that's a big negative.
Right.
I felt like the land rush section of the game was a lot of fun. And then kind of once that stopped, and then I was like, wait, how do you get points? Oh, I downgrade a thing and then upgrade a thing? Oh, okay. I guess I could do that. That wasn't very interesting, so then I was like, maybe I'll just pester Sasha fairly ineffectively. Like, so basically that last hour for me was like, I wasn't really working towards anything effectively. I didn't have a big, like, and maybe that's not always true for folks, but it sounds like that was true for a few of us. Or I think I remember Jack saying that, where there was just like the second half that was like, now what?
Right.
And you kind of lost your sense of purpose. And to me, that happened once the land rush. What's that?
The length. Yeah, it could just be due to the length of the game.
Could be length.
Yeah.
To me, it was when the land
Yeah,
rush
I
was
did too.
done, kind of mostly, that it was like, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, but there are other ways. You weren't fighting bandits very much.
The market did feel stale, and so I didn't. Yeah, like I wanted red cards, and there just weren't red cards, and like, okay, well,
Right. Yeah.
I wasn't killing bandits much.
Nice.
It's a little different.
Totally.
No, I also didn't particularly.
Right.
I think after that big whiff, I was like, I don't need to do that again. And it was just like sour taste. Like, all right, maybe try something different.
Right. You did play your.
What's that?
You did play your Wellspring once.
I did play my Wellspring once. So the land rush was fun, and then it kind of went a little bit. And I noticed at that point, once the land rush was done, certain strategies become very different. Like at the beginning of the game, steal is really important.
Yeah.
And at the end of the game, it becomes almost useless.
Yeah.
Unless you're doing this like turn it into an oasis, turn it into a steel town thing. Which again, like somebody else said, that seems really like a strategy that doesn't make any sense thematically.
Right.
Like I get why it's there mechanically, but thematically, like to me, I was like, what? How does that get you? Why is that valuable to town?
Mm-hmm.
Like what are we actually doing here? Like it didn't make sense to me. Other than like, oh, that's how I can make points now. So if you are looking for something to do with steel, if you're not in a position to be building anymore, another thing, because other folks were talking about like, what do you do with these resources? The bonus for steel could be, if you don't want to upgrade it to another town, you can just spend a build action and dump steel for points in whatever ratio makes sense mechanically
during the game.
And maybe you could make it fortifying it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
just like I'm like, okay, I'm spending 6 steel to fortify this town, and maybe it gives me some defenses and if some extra points, a couple extra points or
Like-
whatever.
Yeah.
Because I saw Sasha coming, but I couldn't do anything about it, really.
Right.
At the beginning of the game, I was really confused between the relationship between the pyramid icon and the steel icon.
Mhm.
I thought I had to have the number of pyramid icons at least as many as steel as I wanted to spend.
Ah, yeah.
And I don't know if that's just a one-off weird thing that my brain did, or if you've seen that with other people. Because really,
That's-
to build a building, all you need is steel and one icon,
Right.
and that's it.
Yeah. The building being associated with the troops is really what I've
Mhm.
seen throw people off before.
Right.
They're like, wait, how many? I'm spending buildings, but I'm getting troops. So like, yeah,
Exactly. Yeah, it's like, tires let you move, and the more tires, the more you move. That makes sense. Reticles let you fight, and the more reticles, the more you fight.
scavenging
Digging
with-
lets you scavenge, and the more you scavenge, the more you scavenge.
Yeah.
Buildings, you only need one, and then you just spend iron. And I think that's why it was a little weird, because just like the way everything else worked was different.
Right.
Alternative ending condition. You could do just, reducing point total to whatever feels the
Mhm.
best after a gajillion playtests.
Yeah.
Or you could play until the board is filled, and then you're kind of cutting off the post land rush doldrums. You're like, all right, we filled them up, and I don't think that would prevent people from doing PvP before the land rush is done, but it would definitely. I think that would be the sweet spot personally, but who knows?
Yeah.
And then, of course, as any good Euro player will tell you, you should have everyone have the same number of.
Oh, okay.
I understand that this is a different type of game, and your players are not going to be as upset about that.
Hmm.
But yeah, Sasha getting an extra turn would be lame.
How do you extra turn? He
I-
didn't-
If Jack ended it, then I would have gotten an extra turn.
Right.
But since I
okay.
ended it, we all had the same number of turns.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
It ended
exactly.
out being okay, but that's not necessarily the way.
Yeah.
Should that just be a rule in general? Do you think that would change anything?
That if I was doing it, I would say play until all the places are filled, and then finish turn order.
So if you keep it as it is, then just once someone crosses that, then finish turn order.
Finish turn. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I like the until all places are filled, but it would be like a 45-minute long game. That's my only concern.
Is that bad?
I think it is for
Okay.
this design. Yeah.
Okay. Combats. When I lose combats, I don't need to pay an extra resource for it to feel punishing. I promise.
Agreed.
It
Right.
already felt horrible. Not the
Okay.
not the ones where I was like piddling at Sasha. Like I knew I wasn't going to win those. That was just kind of like I was out of things that I felt interested in doing.
Right.
So I knew I was going
It's
to lose those, so that was no
basically-
big deal. But
It's basically guaranteed you've lost bullets anyway.
right,
Right.
if I'm spending
Yeah.
6 bullets and all of my card actions,
Right.
and then you're like, nah, just lose one more, just one more. Go ahead. It's just like,
Yeah.
where's the bullet hole? You're like shoving your thumb in there. It's just
That's one of those like where my thematic brain probably overrid my mechanical brain. Thematically lose.
yeah,
You
like
should get
it's
beat by those men.
losing already feels pretty bad.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see. The bandit refresh and the circles on the roads refreshing. I personally would find the game more compelling if once the bandits are gone, they're gone. Because I'd be like rushing for them because I'm like, oh no, Wes is like going after the bandits and there's not going to be any left by the time I get around to it. Like I need to go get
Right.
those if I want those scoring mechanisms. Like I need to go get them to me, it would create more urgency. I'm sure you have them refreshing for reasons mechanically, and same with the circles, but to me that takes away the tension of them even being on the map.
I also found that just to be a confusing rules exception that I think would be hard to remember and easy to miss if we were playing without you.
Right.
And I also think that contributed to Jack being in Australia. If he couldn't reset them and then do a bandit spot, he would have to leave his spot, and then that might cause player interaction.
I think that'd be more interesting, but
I've never actually even tried that. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, try it. See if it, because I think it would encourage people to like go after the same thing, and then like when those are starting to fall away, then you're like, oh,
and
I'm coming after your town.
Movement would get crazy too, and I think that could be potentially a cool way. Like maybe you'd have to make it so that players can't move through multiple like zones at once. But
I do think that rule is interesting, but like super weird to brain. Personally, I'm not the one where like the distances change depending on which fights are gone or not.
The roads.
It's a pretty weird rule to like wrap your head around. Not that like it's a difficult rule to wrap your head around, just a weird one that you're like, wait, so if there's a guy there, it's gonna take me 8 movements to go over here, and if there's not a guy there, then I can move across the entire map.
Well, thematically, it's like they're like bandit roves that stop you.
Sure.
I think art-wise, I think you could fix that with art, where instead of putting X's over the bandits, you put a road through them.
Oh,
so you make them just road.
Yeah, because it's one of those rules that isn't super like wait, how does that work?
Yeah.
So if you can visually make me not do that, then that's better.
Right.
Same thing with these spots, the full white. Just make them a 3-way intersection.
Yeah, totally.
Then it connects.
Yeah. I definitely take any feedback on that, like the UX stuff. Yeah. That's mainly what I wanted from the beginning. But like these boards are just initial prototype.
Yeah.
But one thing I've never done. So
one other additional note: if you do change it to instead of X's putting road, that will change your containment card, objective card, because that's all about X's.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, which could just be like kill 2 bandits in one turn.
Okay. Continue.
Gas was weird as a resource. And I think Wes brought this up, where it's like the fact that you only spend it once when you initiate movement versus like every time you're moving through a hex
just doesn't work.
It's too much. Yeah, it could be. It's just weird. Like that's another rule that just takes up brain space. That's like, wait, so when I do, it's not like a hard rule in and of itself, but you have so many weird little rules like that.
I feel like you guys did it once though.
What's that?
You guys didn't even miss the gas thing once. So
I don't know. Yeah. I'm telling you, it takes up my brain space, right? So and you have so many of those weird little rules where like it kind of takes my ability away from just thinking about like the fun things I want to do, and instead I'm like, wait, okay, so that thing's gone, so the road's now this long. Wait, so then I have a gas can. Okay, then like it becomes very like machinery in my head rather than like engagement in the game.
Sure.
But yeah, like if 1 per hex is too much, then what are you gonna do? I am surprised to hear that you've seen playtests where these spots are good. They seem real bad, but I've only seen this playtest, so who knows? Um,
Yeah, like I said, it was that one guy that just wanted to max out the tracks, and that
Yeah.
really helped him.
yeah,
Yeah.
interesting.
So
Interesting. Let's see the influence card. Let's talk about those loan units. Like going forward, I would never put more than 2 loan units anywhere ever on the map.
right.
I just wouldn't.
Not even
Because it's
okay.
because not only are they largely not useful, there's also this other card that the other person can be like, oh, you put 4 guys around your town?
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
Like that's and that's just a newbie feel bad. It's like, oh, I didn't know that was a card till I did that. And then I saw that card and it was like, oh, Sasha took that card. Okay, great. I know what's happening now. Right? And I can neither move those guys out of that position nor do anything else about it.
Right.
I knew it was coming. All I had to do was sit and watch.
Right.
And it just serves to be a feel bad in that scenario. And I don't know if there's really any interesting space there for those lone guys as they stand, literally. But if you let me move them around a bit, or you allow them to, help me flank the bandits or anything else that's useful, then it might justify them staying. You know what I mean?
I like flanking the bandits.
Yeah, because then it's like,
like
oh, now I've
they
got a
actually
+2 versus,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And then it gives that card that puts them out a little bit more utility, and it gives, I don't know. Anyway,
No. Yeah.
I definitely wanted to be able to move them, and I wanted to be able to use them versus the bandits.
Okay.
Because then you can actually do something about it. You're like, ooh, I've got all these guys around my town. I know that this influence dude is out there. If I'm overly worried about it, I can pull him into town.
Right.
I can actually do something about it, which is an interesting.
Mm.
I have these, they just bad, yada yada. Unless I can move them, fight with them. Other side of bosses. Don't know what that. I don't know what that is. Okay. Upgrading. Okay. Scouting. It was a little strange that some of these cards were specifically only against bandits and not against your opponent, your PvP. Like scouting, like why doesn't that work against Sasha? I can scout against Sasha.
Right.
So thematically, I was like, oh, okay. Well, I'm really good at killing bandits, but not taking back my territory. I don't know. Scavenging sucks in the desert. We already talked about that. Or at least it seemed. Influence, super feel bad. Yes, we already discussed that. Spend. Oh, I wrote down spend steel to reroll dice because I was just trying to find a purpose for it in the second half of the game.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking of other ways you could use gas, but I didn't come up with anything. I was like, you could discard and draw because you do get kind of stuck with janky hands. But I think that's part of a game like this is trying to figure out how to make the best of a janky hand.
Actions, yeah.
Rather than being able to draw a bunch of extra stuff. That's a different style of game.
Right. You notice hero card draw in the game. Yeah.
Yeah. What's that?
Besides the scavenge deck.
Right. Yeah. Let's see. Some terminologies that seem to be like you just haven't updated them on all the assets yet, like towns versus cities and stuff like that. Just kind of make sure you give all the assets on one over and make sure you're using the same terms in all the spots.
I feel like
Yeah.
maybe I was saying cities, but all the assets say towns.
Right. Well, no, some of
Um,
the cards say
Yeah,
cities. Yeah.
one of my scoring cards said cities.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 40-point trigger in your. You mentioned these in your prototype, your physical prototype. You have 2 of them.
Yep. Yeah.
Is that better than just screen printing a +10 on one side of them? I don't know
yeah.
cost wise.
Yeah. Like manufacturer wise, that's probably better.
Yeah, just a +10 on backside or something.
Yeah. Well, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it might not actually pencil out. It might be better to have 2. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, equal number of turns. We already talked about that. What was very confusing? I wrote down very confusing underline. Bandits leaving condenses roads. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I ran into that. For my brain, I ran into that a bunch of times where I was like, wait. So then, but instead of being like, oh, cool, it was like a distraction from engaging with the game.
Yeah, I think that just changing those tokens into roads would really
Visually would really help that.
Yeah.
I think. Let's see. Oh yeah, move 1 troop, 1 space. There's another totally separate point in the game where I wrote that down because I wanted them to be more.
You're like, let me do something
Yeah,
with these guys.
exactly. Let's see. Cars versus PvP, and initially I thought it would be annoying that the PvP is so much different from the normal style of combat.
Mm-hmm.
And even though I don't know if it's perfect,
Yeah.
I think it's okay that it is different, and I think that's
Okay.
Wait time. I'm sure part of this is TTS, but I don't know what you're seeing in your in-person playtests. But we were the first. Let's see. I had 8 turns. The first 5 turns were 20-minute wait each, and then it kind of started whittling down to about 17 minutes between turns, which obviously is probably longer than you.
Right.
I mean, there's all the good excuses, new players, TTS, yada yada. But still, it's a thing to definitely keep in the brain.
Yeah. It's definitely not just like a worker placement game, right? Plays order, I get some stuff. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. Let me see. One action. I was thinking of ways to like change that, but I don't think any of them are actually better than what you're doing. Like turn time. I was thinking, oh, you just pick one action and do that with your hand, or you just play one card or at a time and then draw back up or whatever. And I don't think that's actually like it would definitely cut down on turn time, but I think the way your game functions, it does function well at the way that you have the card play.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to solve that quick.
Right.
Cutting off some of the like weird rules things will definitely help speed stuff up because then I won't be spending time worried about weird rules, and that'll help. But let's see, upgrading. And then I just had an idea for. This is probably expansion material, right? So I actually don't recommend doing this, but let's say you had, cards for your cars, and you can have more than one car.
Yep.
And then on your cars, you've got, six spaces for people or whatever.
Okay.
And you can actually like run these little buggies around, and you know that you're bringing 5 Marines with you, and they like whatever.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like they actually become transports instead of just a 3 value thing that can't, I don't know, that can drop off any number equal to the number of water you've got. I don't know. It's just a thing that obviously I don't think you need to add it in this. I don't think you should, but it's a thing maybe some sort of, like what if you find a tank? What if there's, there's like an area there where you can kind of delve into for expansion stuff if and when that becomes relevant.
Yeah, I have designed a car expansion.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Helps you upgrade your car and stuff. So
Yeah. Yeah. Like Jack said, 45-minute teach, 2-hour, 45-minute play. It's a little long, for the experience. But we've already talked about that enough, I think. That's my. Oh wait. Could have. Oh, I wrote down all the ways in which I could have. Because I definitely made a few.
Never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen. I definitely wrote down a few things that I was like, oh, well, that was dumb. I should have thought about that. Rather than just the bad luck I had, there was also bad, which is good, right? The fact that my choices did end up mattering even negatively. I know that it's not just bad luck,
right?
As to why Sasha came out ahead of me.
I also kept track of the number of goal cards that people completed.
Mm-hmm.
So Wes completed 5.
Yeah.
Sasha completed 4. I think you completed 2, and Jack completed 2. So
I completed 1.
Or just 1.
Just 1.
Yeah. So another spot that I kind of wanted to go over real quick.
Yeah.
Did the goals feel? I've always thought the goals felt a little imbalanced. Like some are way harder to complete, like the move on 3 roads.
Yeah, this one that I had, I was like, I'm not wasting a turn for 3 points.
What is it? Oh yeah, 4 desert spaces.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, sometimes in some strategies, it just happens. Like when you're trying to harvest these just regular desert spaces, right?
I think given their difficulty and the importance of 3 victory points, it really sucks to have one you can't do.
Right.
So I really like the idea of always drafting and trashing one. So when you draw one, always draw 2. And if there's one that's like completely out of touch with what you're doing, like if any of us drew one that was like scavenge all the resources in your sector or something, it'd be like, oh no.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Is like people in a lot of Euro games, there's a fatal flaw where people can just draw into the victory, right?
Yes.
Yeah, which is a big negative. So I do like being able to dig a little bit for your there.
Yeah.
Scavenging seemed like one of those things where it's a cool strategy that I didn't do, but it did seem really cool, and that's where you get more of these cards, right? Yeah.
The only way.
Yeah. So I just didn't really delve into it very much, so that's why I didn't get very many. I had the one that was easy for me to complete, and the one that was like I was like, I'm not going to.
I also like I like the ones that work retroactively as well. And I don't think enough of them are designed in the game. Like there's one that just says 2 cities, right? It doesn't, you don't have to, when you've built your second city, it's just, you just have to have it. So if you draw that and you have cities.
Right. Okay.
Do you mean towns?
Yeah.
Or towns.
It depends. The things like, if now we'd move to like, what are the things that you definitely keep in this game? I did really, really like the card, your basic game flow.
Right. Yeah.
Like the card system.
Multi-use cards and combining.
The multi-use card where when I upgrade a card, it goes on the top of my deck.
Yep.
For next turn. Like that feels good. It helps it helps determine my decision making process of what to upgrade.
Yeah.
I probably made a based on what I know now, I made some poor choices as far as what to cut, but that's okay, right? That's a first game mistake that wasn't horribly feel bad. It was just like, I should have done this instead. That would have been better.
Right.
I love your base system. I really do, and I love the theme. Um, you need. I think it looks like you at one point you had probably these towns giving you 3 bullets, but now they only give you 2.
Yeah,
So
that's the
you just
best
need
thing
to
I think.
you just need to upgrade
Yeah.
that or update
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. It
There's all
looks
the
like
other ones. Yeah.
7 upgrade. So the majority of his deck was powerful cards. That's pretty cool.
Less, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't do as much.
He also
But I
defeated.
love that system. And I think it's really cool. And I think that's kind of that is the core of your game. And if you can shave the rest of the brain space down a little bit and let me just engage in the enjoyment of kind of min-maxing that's kind of just really delving into the system of that card play and moving around here and stuff, and
Maybe
let it be
there's
just a
one
little
too
bit
many-
more. What's that?
Maybe there's one too many resources. That might be an issue.
Maybe.
I think so.
Yeah. Because like a lot of people have complained that there's just like not enough to do with gas, or gas is just kind of irrelevant.
Mhm.
And just spending it to move, and then
Mm-hmm.
all the time.
I mean, the 4
or-
resources
Well, I
make
think-
sense.
I think
Uh,
water and water and gas could be combined.
Hmm.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you could just say
Like-
they run off water engines or whatever. This is a quasi weird future, right?
Okay. Yeah. Well, or yeah. I see what you're saying. Oh.
But like, it's a great core system,
Yes.
and I really like it.
You
and
just
I-
want to do it with it more instead of like having to use your brain constantly. So,
Yeah, there were some weird eccentricities in kind of like how things played out and rules worked that kind of took away from my ability to engage and enjoy a really nice system.
Right. Okay.
With how the cards are playing.
Yeah.
In Fury Road, water is like the only thing that mattered, right? Like
No, gasoline.
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 There was actually a bullet like farmer is what is.
Yeah.
Got it.
Somebody had to make the ammunition that everybody was using. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the one resource that is integral in your game but becomes almost irrelevant is steel.
Yeah.
So there's probably room to shave off a resource. I don't know if that's like the most pressing thing to hone, but
It's more like cutting off a couple of those like niggling. Like
yeah, just make the symbols work the same, where there's not one of them that works totally wildly different.
right.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, like I said all my stuff that bugged me, but I think it's a great system. I like it. I like it a lot.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'm pretty surprised
art
that
is fantastic.
nobody.
Oh,
yeah, I'm pretty
yeah.
surprised no publishers have picked this game up. To be honest.
Yeah. I've had 4 people look at it the last 2 years, and now I have 2 other publishers interested in it this year. So
Yeah. Art-wise, the only thing I can say, I love your art style. I love the grittiness. I love all that. The only thing I would say is the white text on the blue or on this yellow-green
Yeah.
color
yeah.
is
Like a
tough to
back-
read.
Yeah, it needs like a drop shadow.
And then there's a little bit too much of this see-through grittiness on the player board.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
For my eyes to really actually read the pertinent information.
Too many textures. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just like maybe just kind of dull out some of that background texture. Like I like that it's there because I think it's really cool and interesting, but like it's too vibrant and it really clashes with the impertinent information.
Right.
at least for the player board.
Yep.
The cards don't have that issue because it's on that black background.
Mm-hmm.
That's that stripy background.
Yeah.
But I mean, overall, like, yeah, you've got some room to grow on the big hexes, which you already know.
Mm-hmm.
Visually, art style wise, they're perfectly serviceable, but there's room to there.
Right.
But card art is awesome. I love your aesthetic. Always have.
Sweet.
Looks rad.
Speaking of that, we got a game that I helped develop and did all the art and graphic design for.
Oh yeah.
Next weekend on Kickstarter. So.
Oh, nice.
Friday.
What game is it?
Yeah, shout it out, man.
Yeah. Friday, February 3rd. It's called The Adventures of Dex Dixon, the board game. It's a competitive skirmish style game where you play as like 1930s supernatural detectives versus like vampire werewolves.
Oh,
Yeah.
I saw a preview for that.
It's all like black and white sepia artwork. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really beautiful.
I was checking out the artwork for it the other day. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty great. And it's got a cool system, dice placement to activate all your actions and things like that. Really cool card play. Kind of feels like a cross between like Magic and Hero Quest.
Okay.
Almost. Card play does, because there's a lot of and things like that. So the designer did a great job on the game. So,
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Yeah.
One thing I just wanted to say that when Evan said that he wrote a note about boss back or something like that, I think it would make a lot of sense to have these boss cards be able to be flipped over when someone had attempted them, and at very least just remove the fact that it requires an Oasis.
Oh yeah.
Maybe something like that.
But like you were talking about how you like had it tokens or something. I was wondering, are the tokens something that have a location that matters, or could it just be the card being flipped over to show that it was attempted?
In testing, it's just something that I added kind of more recently in tests. But I could see being once that bandit has or that boss has been attempted, anybody could attempt it from anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes it easier to track.
And you wouldn't have to traverse all the way across the map to get to the guy and things like that. Yeah. The only reason it's decided on there is just TTS. So a TTS thing.
For sure.
Yeah.
Just didn't have
makes sense.
So. I like that a lot.
Well, any last questions or things? You said at the beginning the things you were interested in knowing, and then I think I proceeded to get all of them.
Well, I think you guys actually went pretty in depth on a lot of my main goals were to just kind of examine the scoring systems and see if there's any changes or suggestions to make it more dynamic or interactive, which I think that kind of like pivoted a little more to the length of the game and sort of like how much economy people felt like they were actually getting from their actions, which I almost think is the same thing. Because if we just lessen the time of the game, it would feel like you're doing more within that time period, right? So, and then
it would feel, and I think it would also feel like, oh man, I got to play again. I didn't get to do that thing, or like, man, I want to do more.
I want to try a different strategy.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna scavenge all day.
I actually
thought about that.
First, when you said once the locations are all filled up, I was a little, but I kind of actually like that idea. I think if there's one thing I could do, I would want maybe multiple end game triggers. Be one of them, and then what I could do is, if it doesn't seem to be balancing time wise, I could have things worth a couple more points here and there.
Yeah.
The track go fast. The point track.
Yeah. I mean,
have you tried
have
30 points?
Sorry.
I have not tried 30 points. It's been criticism from a couple people, including my wife. So I just never implemented it.
Okay.
So
I'd be really curious how that plays, because that's a very simple change you could make. Just shave 10 points off and see what happens.
But I kind of like Evan's idea of filling up the locations too, because it does create a little more tension.
Yes,
out on
or both, or you do
Exactly.
30 points, or
Yeah.
Either
all
one, yeah.
spaces filled. Both of those end the game.
right.
Or you could do a
And
certain
that-
number of, like you could just have 4 bosses here, and just one another triggers once the 4 bosses are taken or whatever.
Oh, that'd be
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. It
Yeah.
could be all spaces are filled, all bosses are fought,
Right.
Or 30.
or 30 points.
Right. Okay. And I think the keeping the bandit spaces covered wouldn't be as detrimental in that case because the game would, right? So
Be worth trying
I
for sure.
True.
think
Yeah.
that's worth trying. That's feedback to take to heart for sure. So, and then the other thing that I wanted was just overall graphic design and readability, which we covered.
Yeah.
That really need to change. So pretty in depth. So yeah. Sweet.
Awesome. Well, thanks, man. It was great seeing your face.
Yeah.
I hope you're doing well out there.
We are. Yeah, we love it. It's great out here. A lot of barbecue places.
Oh yeah.
The weather's great. It's what is it, January 29th?
Yeah.
It's
7.
5 degrees outside.
Well, tell everybody, how they can follow. I think I got a link it'll be in the description, but tell everybody where they can find you, where they can follow along, how they can hire you to do sweet art.
Yeah. So my board game art and design, graphic design portfolio is linked below. Like I said, I work on a lot of client games, so you can see those all over the place. Journey Adventure Quest is one. The Ghost Betwixt is another one.
Oh,
yeah, the Ghost Betwixt, great. Dex Dixon's coming out next week. It's going to be hot. Get on it. Otherwise, you can just check me on all the social medias. I'm usually just under my own name. So Instagram, but all that. So
Cole Munro-Chitty with a hyphen.
Yes.
Awesome. It's nice
Cool.
to meet you, Cole. Thanks for being on the show and showing us Jive.
Yeah, I'll keep in contact, and I'd like to come on as a playtester sometime.
Oh yeah, man. I'll add you to the. We've got a green room where I'm like, here's what we're playing this week. Who's in?
Great.
Yeah,
Do
I'll
it.
add you to the green room.
Okay.
Sasha, give us a where we can hunt you down.
My game with Dovecot has a Facebook group. That's where I'm trying to direct people to right now, but I also need to be better about posting on there regularly. And yeah, otherwise you'll see me probably next week here.
Yeah, right. That's true. And I'll see you on Tuesday in real life too.
Sounds good.
Jack.
Yeah, newkingdomgaming.com. That's the best place to go, or just look up New Kingdom Gaming on Facebook or Jack Dunbar on Facebook. I am pretty active there. Also Discord. You can find me there too. Yeah.
Awesome. Evan Halbert, After the Empire. Unless you're a publisher, then a bunch of other really awesome games totally publish. And once again, Cole, man, awesome. I'm really excited about this game. I love that card system, and of course the art. As always, you're always killing it with art. I love it.
Yeah. Amazing.
Appreciate
Cool.
you guys having me.
Yeah, man. Of course. Good night, Sasha. Thanks again, man. Jack, as
Good night.
always.
Yeah. Good night, guys.
Good
night,
night,
everybody.
all you guys. Good meeting you.
Yeah, you too.
Have a good
Okay,
night.
I'm gonna lead us out. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
And we are. Oh, thanks for everybody who joined us in the chat as well.